Alrighty. It's still very weird to me that this main menu just doesn't have music in it. Anyways, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back after 2 days of break. Welcome back to The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I hope you're having a great morning, day, or evening wherever you are. We want to continue with Hyrule history and take a look at, well, this game, get a little bit back into Hyrule, into the world of Breath of the Wild, and prepare ourselves for the launch of Tears of the Kingdom. So, let's jump right in. Let me get this over here. Hello and welcome back. We stopped the game last time on the Proxim Bridge, which, well, I went to end the last stream on and was just looking for a nice lookout spot. All right, I just wanted to see if I could stand on the side of the bridge and be sure to have a great view of the surrounding area. But apparently, the guy that was on the bridge thought that I was gonna, jump down and possibly try to kill myself. Yeah, he got very upset and kind of had to explain to him that that's not what I was about to do. Right? Is he still here? I don't see him. He might have walked over to the other side of the bridge, honestly. No, never mind. That's him, I think. Hey, buddy. I'm still alive. Hello, you taking a break? I need directions. I don't think I need directions, but sure, might as well. Where do you want to go? I'm on the way to Kakariko Village. Ah, I see. Kakariko Village is that way. On the other side of the Dueling Peaks, there is a stable. Stop there and ask someone for further directions. Ask me whatever you want. I'm happy to chat with you a while. What are you doing? Just patrolling. This bridge is an important road. You don't really look like a patrol, though. I don't know. You think he looks like a patrol? He kind of looks like a random traveler, maybe? I don't know. I mean, clearly he has some stuff going on, right? He has his backpack and definitely knows how to survive in the wilderness, but keep really busy making sure monsters don't nest here by chasing them off the bridge and stuff. Ask me whatever? Okay. Ooh, well, so he's doing some great community service here, it seems. Does he have... what's glowing so bright? Oh, that's his lantern. It's just very close to the ground, I guess, so it's glowing very brightly. Oh! The, huh. The meteorite that came down last time. What's it called? It's not just meteorite. It's stars something, right? Anyways, though, that's still there. It's very far away. I honestly kind of want to head to Kakariko Village right away. Oh. Wait, what the hell is that? Is that... isn't that a stable too? Or is there a shrine behind it? Okay, so he's telling us that apparently there is a stable behind the Dueling Peaks. As I mentioned last time, I don't really want to, get distracted too much. Although that's very, very hard to do with this game. But I do want to look into the history behind what we're about to do. There's the castle. Yeah, there might be a shrine behind it. There's a river in between, though. It's kind of slight. How far to the north would that be? Really isn't that far, is it? Oh, what did I mark here, by the way? Oh, that's the tower, right? So it's about equidistant. And that's where Kakariko Village is. I mean, it would be great to unlock the teleport point. Although, you know what? I can just continue on to the tower, because we'll be able to teleport back here, and I can just fly down over there. Yeah, that makes sense. That way I also hopefully don't really have to cross the river by foot. So let's just continue this way. Honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, not doing too much in terms of shrines and other stuff, I think it's going to keep the game more challenging as well. I was watching another streamer the other day go through the game on challenge mode or master mode. I don't even know what the DLC mode is called, but honestly, I was somewhat disappointed and bummed out that I'm not really able to do that myself. I mean, the only way that I would have to re-buy the game on Switch, and at this point seems somewhat ridiculous to me, especially considering that as you have it with Nintendo games, they don't really get cheaper. And so I would essentially be paying more at this point for Breath of the Wild on Switch than the new Tears of the Kingdom one, because when that releases, most stores will probably have at least somewhat of a discount for them. That's typically how it goes, at least around here, right? Most stores have... Oh, an iron shroom. The cap of this mushroom is very hard. Use it when cooking to prepare a dish that increases your defense. That sounds great. But yeah, most stores typically go in with like a $10 discount on new releases. Oh, that's I forgot about these. I was gonna say, what was this flower again? And it's a Korok. Stop it! Who is that? Surely the Korok isn't tumbling rocks down to us. Blue nightshade, a plant that grows in quieter areas of Hyrule. At night it gives a soft glow. Cook with it to increase your stealth. Oh, I didn't remember that, honestly. Yahaha, motherfucker. Where are you? What the hell was that? There we go. Yeah, another pile of shit. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, hello. Octorok Tentacle. How is there an... Did he follow us all the way here from the river, or is he just chilling up on this mountainside? It can only be obtained from an Octorok type enemy. It's too acidic for cooking, but it's highly valued as an ingredient for elixirs. The eyeball can only be obtained. You can sell it to a store, or you can make elixirs with it, but it may have other uses as well. This inflatable Octorok organ has a lot of lift, so attach it to items you want to see float. Hold it in your hands and then place it on an object to attach it. Those are actually super fun. I love that item because you can put it on, let's say, a small raft or a similar object to it, a box, for example, wooden box, and it'll just float you up into the air, right? Sad thing is, though, they don't really last that long. I think they wanted to prevent you from just going up too high, or, you know, which people obviously were able to do anyways, so it's a bit sad that they come... Oh, these are really difficult. I don't remember them being so difficult to catch, honestly. But yeah, Nintendo might have just wanted to prevent players from going too high or out of bounds or something like that, and so they made them... But I think they made them a little bit too limited. Although I have seen people just collect a bunch of these balloons and then like put 4 or something down on a crate, and then whenever some of them popped or got destroyed, they would just very, very quickly attach another one, which does work, but looks finicky as hell. Yeah, I'm not too keen into dealing with, you know, buttload of Bokoblin cams, honestly. But this is what I remember being so impressed by in terms of what this game does and how its world is designed and what it allows you to do. And that is just how it, not only how it starts, but how it continues this kind of exploration pretty much almost through its entire runtime. And the almost part is kind of why it gets a bit... Well, it heavily depends on how you're playing it as well, but this idea, right? I mean, imagine or look at what kind of distance I've already traveled from the Great Plateau, and how it so naturally lets you just explore while at the same time keeping you on track. So it just, the point being, it just feels like an incredibly large world. I don't know if it's the world design specifically that facilitates it, so the way you just have these open plains. I mean, when you're looking at it, right, the way that we've now traveled from the bridge, essentially, right, when I loaded in most other open world games, I think you would have found at least 2 quests, or at least 1 big quest NPC. You would have found, you know, 3 bandit camps, but bandit camps with a question mark on them, with hidden notes, and I don't know, like at least 1 legendary sword, and all kinds of stuff, right? Whereas Breath of the Wild, sure, there is that Bokoblin camp over there, and yeah, you can see some stuff in the distance, but for the most part, it's just, I mean, we found a Korok, alright, but that's just, you know, follow a bunch of flowers up the broken down giant tree, which I'm now noticing it's like, that must have been an insane tree. And that's pretty much it. And that's what I like so much about the game. It really just brings with it this openness, this, I mean, that's why the title of the game even works so well, right? It really is a Breath of the Wild. It's just this wild open space with not much in it, but at the same time, it really, really feels like you're properly traveling from point to point on this grand adventure that you're on, with not much to go on, honestly, which, you know, facilitates even more freedom in the player and in what you can do or want to do. I think this might be another Korok, huh? Yahaha! Thanks, buddy. We're already on 4 Korok seeds. Well, I mean, you know, that's what happens when you put 900 of these guys into the game. That was another point that I wanted to mention here, though, is once this giant adventure of discovery is over, which arguably does take a long time, right? When you first come into this world, it takes an insane amount of time to actually see everything and go everywhere. So it's difficult to talk about it in terms of if the game is even doing something wrong there, because it already has just this insane amount of stuff in it, and this insanely large world, that it becomes difficult to say whether or not it's the game that eventually winds down to some degree, or if it's not even meant to ever come to that point. So for me, there was definitely this distinct drop in my first playthrough, or it's difficult to say if it's really a drop or if, hey buddy, can we share a fire here? Or if it's something else. It's just that, you know, eventually I had seen almost all parts of the world, right? And then at that point, it changed into this, all right, now let's chase down the last shrines that I hadn't seen. Let's collect a couple more Korok seeds. Let's get the remaining armor pieces. And there are a bunch of upgrades that you can do, right? If you collect the scales from the dragons, if you go to all the fairies, right? There's a bunch of stuff that you can do, but at that point, or at some point during your playthrough, you will have seen everything the world has to offer. And going back to places and going back and just looking at, okay, which parts do I still need to collect? I don't even really think the game wants you to do that. I think the game pretty much just wants you to experience this wild freedom. But as soon as that's over, you're kind of meant to be done with the game too, right? You're meant to be at Ganon's castle at that point and explore the last bit and get rid of him, and that's it. I think the game is sort of designed to not even really do a quote-unquote full playthrough. I don't think they really want you to do all the shrines, or well, certainly not find all the Koroks. Sure, it's there if you're really big fan, or if you're playing the game maybe for the 5th time, you can 100% it, but I really don't think that's what they want you to do, and it feels like the game is designed that way too, where it's insanely good while you're still venturing through the wild, you're discovering things for the first time. You don't know about everything yet. And at the point where you're kind of getting there, where you've discovered almost everything, or at least seen almost everything at least once, at that point, you're also kind of done with it. You're not really meant to play further, I don't think. You can, if you really want to, but the game doesn't really... It doesn't really have that much to offer beyond it, which is not really a criticism per se. It's still a small bit of criticism, I think. It's definitely something where I would have wished the game would just continue on. But you can say that about any game, right? Any game that you enjoy to an insane degree, or any game that's really good, when it ends, or when it gets close to the end, you're always in this position where you think, well, you know, it would be nice if this just continued on forever, right? Witcher 3, for example, I was really sad when it was over, because I wanted to keep playing it. I wanted to explore the next big city and see the next part of the story, but it was over, right? And well, every good game has that moment where you suddenly realize, well, now we're done, right? Now we're at the end of your journey, and yeah, you can play things again, or you can revisit places, but essentially you're done now. The difference just being that with Breath of the Wild, at that point, you're really done. The game doesn't give you that much else, which, yeah, I guess it's just designed that way, right? It makes more sense to start over and start a new journey and discover it all for a second time, rather than continuing your original journey and, I don't know, silent shroom. Strange mushroom that glows off the enforced light. Cooking it into a dish unlocks the nutrients in its cap, resulting in a meal that will allow you to move stealthily. Well, let's talk to Mr. Dude here first. Do we still have an axe? I think so, right? Yeah, I still have a woodcutter's axe. I need the torch though in a second here.
Yeah.
Hey, you traveler, grab a spot by the fire if you like. I'm a traveling merchant. Name's Giro. Nice to meet ya. Crazy times with them, eh? I go into the forest all on my own to get my wares. But there are far safer ways to get them, such as buying from travelers like you. So, do you happen to have something rare you'd be interested in selling? Sure. Great, let's see what you got. Do we actually? I mean, I guess so. I certainly don't need 33 of these bokoblin horns, honestly. Might as well already sell some stuff, huh? Yeah. You know what, buddy? Let's sell, I don't know, like 23? Nice. I hadn't even realized, yeah, there are 3 apiece. How many rupees do you have, dude? Bokoblin Fang. Might as well sell 6 of them. Let's just get everything down to 10. I don't think that I need that much. If anything, honestly. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, right, you can sell these two. Spicy meat and seafood fry is worth 40 rupees. Holy shit. Has there been inflation in this game world too? Seriously. I could sell these two, but... Guess it's nice to keep a collection. Now it's my turn. Wanna buy something? Yeah. Out of my wares, all of it. Please take a look. Hearty truffle. Oh, I think these things give you additional hearts, right? Has a rich scent. Cook it before eating to temporarily increase your maximum hearts. Yeah. We're still running around with 3 hearts, so might be a consideration. Although, obviously I'm not that rich yet. It strengthens the legs and hips when cooked into a dish, which helps increase your movement speed. Stamina restoration. Probably these are really, really expensive though. Commonly used to season meals. And I have 27. Let's buy like 2 rock salts. Deal. Okay, got it. Thanks for spending some of your precious time on the road with me. Even the areas near civilization are full of monsters these days. Just strolling through the woods can be dangerous. You be careful, you hear? Isn't there, like... This way I attack, right? Isn't there a way to hold down the, Guess not, huh? A doesn't do anything? I mean, you can do this, right? Or, oh, maybe... maybe it needs to... Because now we're holding it up. Oh, damn it. I always forget that R2 is, Wasn't there... I'm pretty sure there was a way to just hold down the torch. Oh, it's just when it already burns, he's gonna... Okay. Oh, alright. Do I want to take the other axe with me? Not really. Let's see. We have some stuff to be healthy. Having some stamina recovery stuff is always a great idea. Though I'm not entirely sure if I still have... Increase your defense. Stamina restoration. Yeah, these things, right? Move stealthily. So, if we're holding this... I could combine multiple of them. These need critters to actually do anything, right? I wonder if it can combine shrooms and nightshade. Sometimes I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure that you could technically also just cook one mushroom. You don't always need to add things into it. I'm pretty sure. For nutty seasoning. You know what? Let's add the nut. Cook these. Love cooking. Instantly refilled some of your stamina wheel. The simple mushroom packed skewer has its colorful presentation to thank for its appeal. Nice. Right. And might as well do that 2 more times, but this time with the salt. Salty mushroom skewer. It's a big pile of salt, honestly. Energizing salt grilled mushrooms. Instantly refills some of your stamina wheel. Basic mushroom dish made by lightly salting mushrooms and grilling them. Lightly, yeah. Well, I don't mind. I absolutely love salty stuff. But this will hopefully give us the opportunity to, whenever we're, you know, at risk of falling down from someplace, we can just use that to increase our stamina. Anything else I want to do? Anywhere prefers cook it before eating to temporarily increase your movement speed. Yeah, I mean the movement speed's not bad because you know what? Let me try to. Can we hold this and add one of these? Sneaky steamed mushrooms grants a low-level stealth boost, a healthy vegetable dish achieved by steaming mushrooms and plant leaves. So nice. 4 minutes as well. Huh. I don't really know if I need that much stealth. All things considered, I don't know how many times I'll actually be stealthing, but I could just combine 2 of these mushrooms. I don't really have anything else that we can add at this point. Movement speed might not be the worst idea either. Let's go 2 of these. Because with the movement speed, it still is just easier to climb up like big rock faces, right? Tough mushroom skewer. Low-level defense boost. Simple mushroom packed skewer has its colorful presentation to thank for its appeal. Right, and what was the other thing? These things, right? Let's do the same thing here. Just combine these twice. And then I think we can go on. Speed boost for 2 minutes. Yeah, that will definitely help climbing up some steeper rock faces. Honestly, let's do 3, since that's what I still have. I just want to see, does that increase its length? It does. Okay, so it's a minute per mushroom, and it's a heart per mushroom too, which is nice. All right, let's continue on. Love, we just come by that dude, and then, hey, by the way, let's cook some stuff. Well, we also sold and traded some stuff essentially, so that's nice. But now that I'm looking back, one thing that I didn't remember is how many Bokoblin camps were around the area. I want to say it's almost too much. I think that might actually be one of the biggest problems the game has, is just that the Bokoblin camps really aren't that interesting. And they're basically the same thing every time. They're almost a bit too distinct with these big skulls, for example. I mean, it's not always the case that they have that. Some of them are just normal camps, but... Yeah, looking back, I think I would have liked them to just not do that many Bokoblin camps, honestly. Dueling Peak Stable. Oh, wait, I thought the stable was behind. Oh no, never mind, that's another Bokoblin camp. Yeah, the stable's behind the Dueling Peaks. Whoa, let's grab the tower first, huh? Boy. Can I swim through here? I remember the... Oh yeah, I think the stamina mushrooms... Ah, never mind, we still made it. I knew that the current here was really, really strong. But it's still fine. Yeah. Bye-bye. God, I love that. There is so much to see in the distance. Also, coming back to what I was talking about earlier, with the game world being this very, very open sort of field area type of deal. In areas, it obviously is also very, very different from what is it called? Biome to biome, right? It changes up a lot over the course of the game, and there are many different regions with really, really cool ideas and basic structures to them. But, you know, partially, at least due to the close environment to you never having that much detail in it, it also makes it easier to notice things at a distance, right? Because I wonder if let's say the game was as densely packed as some other open world games in the immediate surroundings, I think it would be quite difficult to sort of see through all of that and make out what you're actually supposed to be looking at, right? But very, very deliberately placing only a few details around you at any given point, and by also making them very distinct in the way that you can see them in the distance. Well, it never overwhelms the play. I think it was something that I mentioned on Sunday already, is that they seem to have built the world very incredibly deliberate. No matter where you are, it always makes sure that you see just the right amount of interesting features and things you want to travel to, right? It never overwhelms you, even though it is such a big world, and that's a giant feat that they were able to accomplish. Although, it also comes back to what I said earlier, once you have actually seen everything in any given place, or most of the things anyways, at that point, it will feel, I wouldn't say empty, it's just that at that point, it is definitely lacking in some features, which is why I'm not entirely sure if it was a good idea to place all these very, very similar looking Bokoblin camps everywhere. Well, obviously, it would have been insanely difficult to come up with more variety when it comes to those camps. And maybe, well, at that point, again, you'd have to think about, well, if we do introduce more variety, maybe it'll be more difficult for the player to discern that that's just a Bokoblin camp. But now, especially having played the game already once, I don't know, most of these Bokoblin camps just aren't very enticing at all, right? There's no real reason to even engage with them, honestly. So, yeah, it does become a little bit of an issue, I want to say. In that it could be a bit more varied. I don't know. The coolest places are definitely the more unique ones, right? Like the light there on the mountain, that's a unique thing. It only exists on that mountain. Yeah, it's a difficult discussion. It always is. And I'm constantly going back and forth with Breath of the Wild. Sometimes I want to say it's my favorite 7 out of 10 game ever, but that really, really sells it short. And I understand, I mean, this game, in terms of the reviews that came in when it launched, I think it really deserves the praise just because of how different it was at the time of its release compared to other open world games. And how it made the Ubisoft towers actually interesting, for example, right? It just has so many really, really cool ideas, and it's so, well, as I said, deliberate in its design. It's that type of design just makes you aware of how much work they had to put into this game world to make it as not detailed, but detailed in the sense of really knowing with every single particular thing that you're putting on the map, why does it exist there? How, like, what kind of sight lines does it open up? There are all these insane considerations that were being made with every single piece of content that has been placed on this giant map. And when you really see how... Oh! I forgot that you get this. I guess that's when you open up the first tower that's not on the Great Plateau. Searching for shrines. Sensor reacts when you're close to shrines that you have not yet visited. If you head in the direction where the reaction is strongest, you should be able to find the shrine. You can enable or disable the Sheikah sensor with Y on the map screen. I think I'm going to keep it on. I think I had it on during my first playthrough. Might as well. Right. Sensor indicator has been placed near the minimap. Search for shrines by moving in the direction with the strongest signal. Yeah, I kind of forgot that this is... that you only get this when you climb onto your first tower. I think the shrine it points me towards is the one up there, though, which I'm not entirely sure if I really want to climb up the dueling peaks just yet. Before I do that, I want to go back to what I marked earlier. That really seems to be far away from here. Although looking over... let's just do it. Hello, Mr. Bokoblins. Do you guys even have... See, that's the thing. These guys, for example, they don't even have a chest or anything of interest. But yeah, I feel like I could come back and talk about these aspects of the game back and forth for hours and hours and hours, and then I'm just gonna... Eventually it's gonna be sort of a circle jerk of... Oh, hey. I like how the other bat just sort of watched as its companion was like absolutely obliterated by this giant sword. Well, that's because he got angry, right? Or that's why he got angry later on. These kinds of places, it makes sense that, yeah, Ganon destruction, I get it. But if this had been a place that still existed, with people to talk to, right, and well, it doesn't even really have to have quests, but... Oh, it's a good way to acquire arrows, if you don't have any. Just run next to somebody who shoots arrows and... Oh, you know what? I just realized? I think I accidentally... Yeah, that's because the HUD mode. I was thinking, wait, didn't I have a minimap? I don't know. Well, now that I'm thinking about it, the pro mode wasn't bad, right? It's still... It's kind of interesting to traverse the world like that. Wait, does it still keep the... I guess the shrine sensor is independent of your HUD mode then. Nah, let's keep it on. I mean, yeah. That would be something... If I ever do a third playthrough of the game, maybe I will do master mode and I will buy... I don't know, maybe at some point they'll have... Oh yeah, that's a weapon, never mind. Maybe at some point they'll have a really good deal on Breath of the Wild or something. I highly doubt it, but you never know. Oh boy, really tanks the frame rate here, holy shit. Hey. Boom. Oh, what is that? Oh, right, they just light up at night. Yeah. I think I want to go around the lake. That looks very interesting now. Oh, we can walk here. I didn't realize that. What the hell is going on here? Are we meant to put, like, the third one in there, too? there another metallic object around? No. This feels like a Korok, doesn't it? Just not really sure what they want me to do. Because those two were in there. Do they just want me to put the third one on top of it too? I don't really... It would be kind of strange, but alright. Might as well do it. I suppose. Oop. There we go. Guess we built something beautiful, though. I don't... no idea what this means or why it's here. Maybe it's just to facilitate, I don't know, fighting those bokoblins with the metal crates? Yeah, now it's pointing us towards the shrine that is close to... do I wanna... Because it is somewhat annoying, not gonna lie. Ooh, but still. Sometimes the big gamepad is like when you're not... When you don't have your thumb on the face buttons. Finally a critter. Very energetic cricket. Cook it with monster parts to create a stamina recovery elixir. Yeah. The elixirs, I do remember not really utilizing them too much in my first playthrough, and I think it was at least to some degree because it was so annoying to constantly grab critters, right? Hardy radish, a rare radish that grows best in sunny plains. Cook it before eating to temporarily increase your maximum health. Nice, nice, nice. But yeah, I think it might have been in part due me just kind of being too lazy to constantly get new critters. Well, that boat's very far away. Oh, hello. Oh. I forgot that he doesn't die when you only hit him once. Sorry, buddy. Oh, wait, there is another shrine over there? Yeah, see, I'm already getting distracted again. Would have been nice to have the boat here. I guess I'm going to take the bridge. Because I'm not entirely sure if I'd be able to cross here. Stop it. Oh, wait, it didn't... Okay. Now you guys are getting somewhat annoying. Is that a goat? In the background. Alright, alright. Let's take the bridge and just go over to the stable. Is there some... What is... That's supposed to be a lamp? From a distance, I was slightly concerned that there was hanging something from the bridge, but... Howland Bridge. Now, this is kind of in disrepair, isn't it? Ah, man. Yeah. I think I'm gonna... stay with that opinion. There's too many bokoblin camps around. Just too many. Or maybe alternatively, things also, they do come back, right? There's the whole moon mechanic that respawns the enemies every, what was it, 7 days maybe? And... Ooh. Oh god. Nope. These are more difficult to hit than I remember. Man, nope. Maybe we should keep track of where they're actually flying. Ha! Holy shit. This is... yeah, way worse than I remember. Wait, that didn't hit? Seriously? It's gonna cost me all my arrows. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think I was almost leading a bit too much. Yeah. They're closer than I thought. Oh, but really? Where are you flying to anyways? There we go. Yaha! Give me a new bow. Goodbye. Oh well. Hey, by the way, if you talk to them again? No. Okay. I thought... Doesn't somebody eventually give you the tip that, hey, by the way, there's somebody who... there's like a Korok king who can give you stuff? There's definitely a place somewhere that tells you about him. Riverside Step. Okay, let's grab the shrine first to get the annoying beeping off. The stables are a place that I like a lot. Because it does break up the environment, and there is... well, the number of them is perfectly balanced for the size of the world map, I think. Yeah, I just wish that there should be more places like that. Make it less bokoblin camps, or alternatively make the bokoblin camps not respawn. Maybe even introduce a mechanic where you can get rid of bokoblin. I know that that's also kind of copied over from Ubisoft games, right? Get rid of all the bokoblin camps in an area, and people are going to come back or something. Maybe there would have been a way to make that more interesting or different. I mean, in true Zelda fashion, they could have come up with a cool, innovative idea how to pull that off without making it too gamey, right? But, man. Okay. It's nice that they pretty much give you the solution right away. Cool. Yeah. Again, early on, but this is a big empty room. Surely they could have done more with this, right? I don't know. Well, anyways, let's grab the things and... oh, we need to... alright. I need to climb up first, so we definitely need to stack them here. Still debating in my head whether or not I should go over to the other shrine that I saw. Just because I saw it, even though it's really, really far away from the dueling peaks. Well, at least at this point I can... okay, I was going to say, what are you doing, Link? At least at this point I can teleport back to the tower, right? So it's not like I would be losing too much time if I were to do that. Oh, right, that is actually way further away than I thought. Wait, why do they even give you... I guess I wouldn't have been able to grab the thing from down here, and that's why it gave me the little accomplishment tune? Must have been it, huh? Because otherwise it doesn't really... there isn't really much point to go up there. Is that close enough? I don't want it to be too steep. Don't know if it would be falling down or something. Yeah. I also remember 90% of shrines having a very, very obvious solution. I know we're still early game, but yeah, the shrines don't get any harder than this. Except for very, very few. There's a couple that, you know, do push it a bit further. But not many at all. Oh, wait, this is much wider than the cubes. Huh. Yeah, they really don't need to give you the accomplishment sound for that. It really was difficult. Or at least, or maybe, you know, give it once when you've reached the end of it. Hey. Well, if I'm not going for the two up on the dueling peaks, maybe grabbing the other one might be a good idea just so that I can get more stamina. Although at this point, stamina's not too bad. Maybe I should actually go for a heart. Like having maybe 4 or 5 hearts wouldn't be too bad. Then again, most enemies honestly don't really deal that much damage. I love that you get a boat too, though. Wait, did I mark the other shrine? I don't think so. Why didn't I mark it? Because I wasn't sure if I was gonna go there. Let's see. It's up the river, so I could take the boat, I guess. Really? What the hell? That's not where I wanted to put it. There we go. Okay. Well, it's sort of on the edge of the map piece we're currently at, so I do have to take this way, though, to Kakariko Village. Well, technically, I could come from this direction, but I think this is where the Korok guy is, right? Or at least he's waiting for us on this path. It's very much built in a way where it wants you to follow the road, I guess. So we'll do that. Do we get a leaf here? I don't really remember how you can get leaves. Was that something you could potentially just get from trees if you fell them? Do they some? I don't remember. Got it? No. Here's a little something I learned when I was running around in my undies one day. Sir, you look like... Well, maybe he's so old that he runs around here. You can swim a little faster. If you're wearing a little less. Okay, nice. I mean, it's a good tip, don't get me wrong. That's not bad at all if you want to cross, you know, difficult to cross rivers, for example. Another woodcutter's axe. Staminoka bass. This Hyrule bass got to be the biggest fish by never getting caught until now. Long life results in a cooked dish that will restore a lot of stamina. Nice. I love this little, you know, how they've repurposed these small islands for the goats. That's really clever because it makes them safer, right? It means that you can probably, well, no dangerous animals will come in and attack your goats, I guess. Or even if they do, it's going to be easy to defend. What have you done? Fish just catching itself. I forgot that you can pick these up too. Do they give eggs at some point? Is that a thing? Oh, I cannot open the chest. Wait a second. I forgot that you cannot open chests when you're in the water. People in the stable probably gonna go, holy shit, what's going on over there? He can create ice. Yeah, and the constant amber things that you don't really need being in chests as well. I feel like they put so much... That's the weird thing about Breath of the Wild, right? It really feels like they put such an insane effort into the world design that they forgot about everything else to a degree. It doesn't mean that the rest is bad, but it means that the world design is so insanely good that you're expecting other things to be equally good. It's almost, it's not really the uncanny valley effect, obviously, but I am thinking a little bit in those terms, because you can have a beautiful looking game, right, with the insanely photorealistic graphics, but if the animation quality doesn't fit those graphics, right, so if your, I don't know, face movement of NPCs is going to be weird, or if, you know, transitions between animations maybe don't really match up, or, you know, maybe the leg of a person is just sticking on the ground because the collision isn't working properly or something, right? Then no amount of photorealism will make your game actually look good, because it will be immensely immersion breaking, and the further you push the graphics, the more everything else needs to come up with it too, because otherwise it'll just feel weird, and the effort that you put into the graphics kind of gets lost among the jankiness of the animations. I mean, there's tons of other examples too, but at least to a certain degree, I feel like Breath of the Wild has the same problem, where they designed their world, their open world, in such an insanely, unbelievably good way that you just get this feeling of, well, everything else surely is equally as good as this open world, and it sadly isn't, right? The shrines, definitely not. They're way too basic in most cases to be as interesting as the world itself. And then Bokoblin camps too, right? As I mentioned now a couple of times, it's just this... There needed to be more interesting places to explore, more interesting maybe NPC villages, or even in terms of... They could have still been enemy camps. It doesn't need to be peaceful all the time, but making them the exact same camps all the time is what's the problem, right? Well, anyways, buddy, what's going on with you? Yeah. A customer. Are you traveling alone? This inn gets full marks for beauty, so I highly recommend taking a rest here. The river here makes for some lovely scenery, and if you head northeast from here, you'll find the Millennium Sandbar. Oh. I was gonna... Wait, sandbar? I thought he was talking about an actual bar, like as in being able to order drinks there. I don't think that's what he's talking about. Scenery there is every bit as lovely as the scenery here. I'm something of a connoisseur of beauty, you see. Simply cannot resist a beautiful sight. I try to exude this in all things, not least of all my own beautiful appearance. Yeah, let's... Speaking of, has anyone ever told you you have the most beautiful features? Oh. That's what you're going for, is it? I do have many fond memories of this beautiful land. If you have the time, would you indulge me? You know, I mean, I'm flattered and all, but I don't really want to go on a date with you. I'll listen to your story anyways, though. Oh, you would. Even more beautiful on the inside. Oh, my God. He really is hitting on Link. What the hell, dude? I mean, maybe there's a bit of an age difference? I'm not too sure. Now, let's see. If you head north through Hyrule Field, you'll see the castle surrounded by the foul aura. It has long been a den of monsters, but in its glory days, it was surely a thing of wondrous beauty. It was in that very castle in those very days that my ancestor, my grandfather's grandfather, I believe. Anyway, he worked as the castle's appointed chef. I wouldn't believe it myself. Oh, how I wonder what sorts of cuisine members of the royal court enjoyed in those good old days. As a child, I would often suffer meager meals, and all while dreaming of the beautiful dishes that might have graced my plate. Ah, if only things had been different. Gourmet spiced meat, seafood curry, mushroom risotto, egg pudding. Oh my, I think I'm salivating. It's my pursuit of those childhood dreams that explains the fabulous body you see here. Okay. Well, he's not that. I mean, sure, he enjoys the odd bit of, meal every now and again. Additional meal, I mean. But, I mean, you're fine, dude. These days, I enjoy my time working at these stables, sharing my tales of beauty with any traveler willing to listen. But I still wonder what could have been. Anyway, excuse me, I seem to have caught myself prattling on, but looking upon your perfectly symmetrical face and discussing meals of beauty has rekindled my desire. I guess Link's face is very symmetrical. If you should happen to set foot inside Hyrule Castle, could you find it in you to keep an eye out for a cookbook? There must be one lying around somewhere in there. I'm simply dying to finally sample the food of the royal court. Alright, you're gonna be waiting for a while, dude. I'm not really planning to go to the castle just yet. Guess I need to keep that in mind. I have no idea if I ever did this quest in my original playthrough. Goddard. Wait, his name is Gotter? Goddard? Gotter? A beautiful man. Beautiful man. Debatable. Who works the stable. But, you know, that's not... Maybe he's beautiful on the inside. Who works the stables has become completely infatuated with the cuisine once favored by the Hyrulean royal family. Eating it has been his lifelong dream ever since learning one of his ancestors was a chef in Hyrule Castle. Some old cookbooks may still be lying around Hyrule Castle. That's actually a really, really cool quest. I don't remember this one at all. I do remember there being a lot of quests of, hey, go get 10 mushrooms, or get 10 of this, or 20 of that, which was kind of boring. Welcome to my stable. We deal in all things horse-related. We also double as an inn. Huh, I haven't seen your face before. Do you know about the stable system? No? I mean, remind me. Then allow me to explain. You can board your horse companions with us and then summon them as you please from our network of stables. You may have come across wild horses during your travels. If you catch one and ride it here to register it, it will become your horse companion. One person can board up to 5 horses, and you're able to swap horses in and out as you please. Do you know how to catch a wild horse? Was that always a thing, that you could get 5 horses? I thought you could only get 1. I was never... So, on my first playthrough, I tried to do most things on foot. Mostly because, well, there are going to be a lot of times where you're just going to climb up an insane mountain or go down a river, or... I guess you just have a little bit more freedom, and I felt bad just leaving my horse behind, even though I think it theoretically just returns to a stable on its own and you can resummon it, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I prefer to travel on foot for the most part. Might change it up now, considering that horses are quicker, but... Catching horses. I don't remember if you could buy one as well, or maybe they'll just lend you one. Okay, to catch a wild horse, all you have to do is approach it from behind slowly so it doesn't notice you and then hop on. But these are wild animals we're talking about, so if the horse you're riding starts to act up, try soothing it. It will eventually settle down, and when that happens, bring it to me. It may take a while for wild horses to get used to being ridden. They may change directions or slow down on their own until you earn their trust and respect. If your horse disobeys your direction, you'll want to gently redirect it and then calm it. And if you continue interacting that way, your horse will naturally begin to trust you and become more obedient. That's all I can tell you about the subject, stranger. Yeah, we don't really have a wild horse yet. Please head for the counter inside. I guess you cannot, because there's 3 of them here, but I guess you cannot buy them? But as I meant, I love these stables. The fact that they're super, super cozy, which is, yeah, another one of those strange things with the game world doesn't really add up, right? There is an insane amount of bokoblin camps all over the place, and the world seems pretty dangerous for the most part, especially for normal people that are not Link. But yet these stables are super cozy in these incredible places. I don't know. It's just really makes me wish they would have done more with the actual things they placed inside of the game world, rather than just making the game world itself a star. Have you gone to the giant castle north of here? That's Hyrule Castle. It's said to have fallen to ruin over 100 years ago. I used to sneak in there to salvage ancient treasures, but it's too dangerous to go in there now. These days it's surrounded by an eerie mist and savage machine-like creatures. Back when it was safer, I went in looking for this ultra-rare equipment that once belonged to the Royal Guard. It's legendary among collectors, but I was never able to find any. The Royal Guard's gear. Though Hyrule Castle was destroyed 100 years ago, somewhere inside it still sleeps rare equipment from those days. It is famed among collectors as the Royal Guard Series. Parsi, a traveler at the stable, wants nothing more than to see one of them. However, the castle is a dangerous place nowadays, and ordinary folk risk their lives getting close. Yeah. Once again, probably gonna do that eventually. Oh, it's actually evening. That's perfect time.
Yeah.
Let's maybe sleep, then head on over to the other stable, and from there we could teleport back to the tower and return to our actual objective and path to Kakariko Village. Soft bed. What's the soft bed?
Oh.
Soft bed is a special bed we're proud to offer here at the stable. Costs more than the regular bed, but you'll wake up more energized. Will you be staying with us? I love how it... Imagine, like... Okay, so, of course, hotels and stuff, they're gonna have better rooms, right? For the most part, they're just gonna be larger, I guess. But I would be concerned if I walked into, you know, like a hotel, motel, whatever, and they were gonna go with, hey, by the way, most of our beds are absolutely horrendous to sleep on, but we do have soft ones, they just are twice as expensive. You want to get one? Yeah, I'm not sure if I would want to stay there, to be entirely honest. Let's go with the regular one and sleep until morning.
Oh.
Oh, sleep well.
Oh.
Hope you enjoyed your stay. I guess we did. Okay, seriously, which one's the soft one? This one with the extra red outlining? I mean, sure, the stable's cozy and all, but they really could have put up like a screen or something in front of the beds. Like, where do you change? I guess in terms of a shower, you can just wash yourself in the river, so that works, but... Yeah, they maybe at least place the soft bed behind the screen.
Yeah.
Terry! Or Beetle? Wait, is he called... Where did it... Maybe he was called that in another language. Didn't remember him being called Beetle. Although I've heard the name, obviously, from other playthroughs. Hi! Hey, I don't believe I've made your acquaintance. Name's Beetle, but you can call me... Actually, let's just stick with Beetle. But even if you forget my face, you can remember me by my beetle-shaped backpack. Oh, it really is beetle-shaped. Holy shit, dude. How are you carrying that thing around? That's insane. That must weigh like, I don't know, 80 kilograms at least?
Wow.
Probably more. Wow! Despite these dangerous times, you'll find me traveling all over Hyrule to fulfill your shopping needs. I stock many special bugs and must-have items for travelers, and I always charge a fair price. Or my name's not Beetle. I also buy all sorts of things. If you're in need of rupees, gemstones in particular fetch a high price. How can I help you today? Yeah, what do you got, dude? Woohoo! Are you Mario now? Arrow. Well, I did use up quite a few arrows on that Korok minigame thingy. Thunderwing butterflies. I think you need... Are these the ones you need for a quest at some point? This rare butterfly only shows itself when it rains. The organs in its body produce an insulating compound. When made into an elixir, it offers electrical resistance. That might come in handy at some point. Rare dragonfly only appears in the rain. Its wings direct electricity away from its body. Cook it with monster parts for an electricity resisting elixir. So these are the same thing. Temporarily increase your maximum stamina. Ooh, that might also be great. Reanima, hi. Well, I mean, I cannot buy this anyways. You know what? Let's grab 5 arrows. Might as well. It's always great to have some arrows. Oh, right. I always forget that they have like a maximum amount. So let's sell some stuff. Oh no, he felt really down having sold all his arrows. Okay. What would you like to sell? It's been valued as a component in decorations and crafting since ancient times. I don't really remember what these were used for. I mean, I'm gonna find a lot of them eventually anyways, right? So why not sell them for now? Yeah, all of them. Yeah. Okay, that's a lot of rupees, actually. Yay! Thank you very much. Is there anything else you would like to sell? Yeah, see, with this one, I'm not too sure. It contains the power of water. I don't really remember what these could be used for. Woohoo! Why does it sound like Mario? Seriously. Okay, these are way too expensive. Let's buy the rest of the arrows, though. We'll take them all. Wow! Wow! 120. Yeah. Wow! Wow! Okay. Thanks for the business. Bye. I loved him in Wind Waker. Thank you. Bye. those voice lines are just so iconic. He doesn't say the bye in this version, though. Okay. Well, we just cooked and I don't really need that much else, so... Let's slowly head on over to the other shrine. I feel like that part to the left with the weird ribcage bone sticking out of the ground, I think that was pretty dangerous, so I probably don't... Oh, I was gonna take the boat, wasn't I? I don't... I really don't remember where we get the leaves from. I probably missed the one that was available on the Great Plateau, right? Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, a nut. Nuts. Or acorn, rather. Well, gives you some seasoning. I mean, we can just walk, honestly. Problem is the current's really, really strong in the other direction, I'm just noticing, so... yeah, let's not do that. That's definitely not possible to do without a leaf. I want to say they sometimes just randomly drop from trees. Also, yeah, it might honestly be worth it to get a horse this time around. Or at least get a horse early on. I think last time I took my time to get one. I don't know. So whenever we do see one... Oh, I think that was the dragon. That was so insane, discovering the dragons for the first time. Although, yeah. Another example of them... I feel like they really should have done more with that. The dragons are kind of... They look insanely cool, and when you see them for the first time, it's really, really... Like, it's just awesome. What are you doing, dude? Leave that guy alone. Orwell Bridge. Hey! Stop it! Bye-bye. Are you okay? You don't look okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, thank you. Thankfully, he's just been knocked out, I think. Are you okay? Phew. My aching head. Why did I think it was a good idea to take this road? Like watching the river flow by. Is that such a crime? Seeing the water stream so peacefully, it makes it hard to believe the great calamity really happened. Then monsters attack out of nowhere, and I think... Oh, right, time to head back to the stables. Whatever. Yeah, you should really do that. Typical. Just typical. Try to have a day out just watching the river go by and now, going back to the stable. I don't remember. Is she gonna remember us? Is she gonna give us something for rescuing her? See, she isn't even that far away from the stables, and it's still insanely dangerous. I don't know. It's so odd thinking about it. Like, yeah, sure, cannon, castle destroyed, you know, world, bad things happened, but... And 100 years is still a long time ago. You'd think that they'd rebuild civilization at least to the point where they could potentially have more patrols and strike back at the bokoblins. Also, I mean, this is, I guess, a more dangerous area, right? The sort of close to the Great Plains in the middle of the map, approaching the castle. I don't know. I'm just not really a huge fan of, I guess, how they thought about the status quo of the current, like what the world currently is like. I feel like it would have worked better if maybe certain places had been super dangerous and other places would not be. It just feels odd that they, you know, would build it up like that, but oh well. So pretty in bloom. Look, aren't they lovely? I wanted to see how the shrine would look with flowers around it, and it's wonderful. Please, feel free to take a closer look. Just don't step on them. Wait, isn't it just... Wasn't it a few days ago that we even activated the shrines? How can there be that many flowers around it? Watch out for the flowers. Shrine quests. Mark the planted flowers all around the ancient shrine. Proceed with care so you don't damage the flowers. Alright. I mean, it really does look pretty beautiful, don't get me wrong. It's just that planting these down, that must have taken an insane amount of time. Oh boy. No, you must not hurt the flowers. They are screaming out in pain. Yeah, and what about the freaking jelly in front of me? Sorry. Okay, I didn't remember that you actually had to do, like, that it pulls you back to the beginning. You know, I guess I'll just run past the jelly. Lady, you do realize that there are jellies sort of in your flowers, right? They're much more of a danger to the flowers than I am, or I'll ever be, rather. And then, of course, they place like a one part of the flowers in front of it. Wonder how many people accidentally walked over that one and she, you know, calls you back. Also, how does she even call you back? Doesn't that mean that the whole way back you also don't really... You wouldn't be allowed to step on a flower? Also, yeah, the jelly just doesn't care. They're just on the flowers anyways. I guess they're squishy. Oops. They're squishy and so they don't really, you know, destroy them as such. Okay, let's do the shrine first, because there's... Is that a radish that's growing there? It might be. Pretty sure I remember that you could just walk over the flowers after you're done with the shrine, which is a bit unfortunate. It's an odd quest. It's a funny one, if you will, but... yeah. Ooh. Drifting. Ah, oh, right. I do remember this one. It's like the... I don't remember what the game was called. Isn't there a game with a frog? Where a frog has to cross a road? Where do we want them? Okay. Right about here, right? If I place 3 of my ice pillars down, they'll stop the... They should stop the planks when they're coming up. Oop. Oh no, I pushed it slightly. Oopsie. Still works though. Oh, hi. Didn't see you there. Cool. Oh man, these shrines really needed a some sort of special set to go with it, where you'd be able to you know what, let's just... Where's my... Can I hit that while it's in front of the stones? Really? Okay. Wait, what? I hit it! Can you not blow these things up with fire arrows? Maybe it's because they're in the water or something? That was very weird. Okay. Oh, this is gonna take some time. Also, it's just slower than the... You know what? Much faster just throwing one over here. There we go. Might be a bit too far away from the... No, I think it's kind of slowly drifting over, maybe? Yeah, I really remember that... Oh, there we go. Oh, there's 2 more? Seriously? I really thought I would have been able to blow up the barrels with my arrows, but maybe that's... I might have just hit it slightly wrong. I don't know. And done. Another way to make the shrines more interesting could have been to just reduce their number. But then again, I feel like 120 was pretty deliberately chosen. Taiki, welcome back. Yeah, I think it might have been because of the water. Just simply, I don't know, the barrels being wet. Because I'm pretty sure you can typically blow them up with fire arrows. Killer Whale, hi. It's going great. Was planning on making my way to Kakariko Village, and of course got sidetracked. And did 2 completely unrelated shrines, and found a stable that I really didn't need to go to, but... After this one, I think I'm going to go back, because I feel like now I've done everything that was at least in the vicinity, unless I do want to climb up on the peaks, but that's... Might be a bit annoying, because my shrine sensor is going to blink the entire time I'm running. I'm going to be running between the peaks, but oh well. Okay, yeah, she's still... I was Gonna say, I don't remember if she's still angry. How many times do I have to say it? Please treat the flowers with care. They're living things, you know. Well, thank you. That's a great way to fast travel back to the entrance. Wait, so there's no way you can grab the... I guess if you just cut them down? Oh, no, never mind. You can actually go there. It's just very annoying to get to. Breath of the Sidetrack. Yeah, that's really what this game could have been called. Do I want to take the boat back? Let's see. I don't remember that giant wooden bridge. That's very interesting. But yeah, let's get back onto our actual path. I might be able... So, if I go through the dueling peaks and then onto Kakariko Village, I could loop around and climb up to the 2 shrines on top of them after I've done that. I think that works out quite well. Let's fast travel over to the tower then. Oh, is the shrine quest going to be marked as complete? I think so. As soon as you do the shrine that's connected to it, it should be marked as complete, I'm pretty sure. But might as well take a look at that. Dueling Peaks Tower. Nope, that's not the right one. Yeah. Okay, it's marked as complete. Even though I stepped on the flowers twice. No, wait, I stepped on them one time and another time accidentally cut one down while I was trying to get rid of the slimes, which I still think she should have been grateful for, that we're removing the monsters that are crawling through her flowers, but oh well. Try not to step on any flowers from here on out. Yeah, that's kind of a failed one. A Legend of Rain at Inconvenient Times. I don't know, was there a set that... There's definitely... I mean, well, you can still climb when it's raining, right? Because there's a certain rhythm that you can utilize to always jump right before you're sliding back down. It's still pretty annoying to pull off, though. It does make me wish, however, that they would have... That is also another thing that is definitely missing from Breath of the Wild for me, is the... Well, not only that the music would be a little bit more pronounced, at least while you're in villages, but being able to play music yourself has always been such a great part of the Zelda series for me. So I was slightly disappointed that that's not really possible here. And... well, it would have been awesome if you could learn a song that allows you to change the weather. Or manipulate things in other ways. Maybe make it warmer or colder or all kinds of things. Right, there was one down here too. So there's actually 3 shrines at the peaks. Right, so your shrine seeker thingy, I might actually take heights into account then, right? So it wouldn't really point at the 2 shrines on top of the peaks. Even though I'm technically fairly close to them, it's just that they're far away in terms of distance, like actual distance. Oh, I remember this one. Whoop. Whoop. But as I mentioned earlier, I think changing the amount of shrines wouldn't have really worked. So making 60 out of 120, for example, but making every individual shrine twice the length. That might have made the shrines more interesting, but ultimately it would have required them to completely redesign the open world, because the shrines are so deliberately placed in areas, and they're done in a way where from every tower you can see a certain number of shrines, and they're placed in a way where you can pretty much sort of make your way through the game by just following the shrines around. So whenever you're done with one, you are very likely to be in the vicinity of another, or at least be able to see another shrine and walk towards it. So it's so ingrained in the design of the open world that they would have had to come up with maybe a completely different variant of them and sort of interlink the two. Ooh, that was... Is that too fast? Nope. Just barely worked. I don't know. It's just that, for me, these shrines are definitely too short. I get that they also didn't really want you to... there we go. Ooh. Nice. They didn't really want you to spend too much time in each individual one, because you're supposed to sort of get back to your journey, right? But still. Oh wait, was there a... Those are metallic, I'm pretty sure. Yes. There we go. Oh, that just barely works. Oh boy. For a second there, I thought it was going to fall down. Climber's Bandana. This one I do remember. It's so awesome receiving these, which makes it feel even worse when you're just getting, you know, amber or some weird item that you find out in the world a billion times over. And this is so unique in comparison. It may look like a regular bandana, but it's actually infused with ancient technology that enhances core strength to improve your climbing ability. Right. And it also counts as a health slot, I'm pretty sure. Bim, there we go. Pirate Link. Awesome. Oh, I need to remove it again, huh? Wait, really? Didn't I just put it down? How can it be out of range? Can I knock it over with the other one? Oh, huh, well, that speeds things up. I don't remember this ladder being here. Would have actually been more fun if you had to get it back off of the switch. Podog, hi. Doing great. How are you? Another spirit orb. I always forget that you can... I don't really want to skip them. They're somewhat short, these scenes, but they take up a couple of seconds. I remember watching a review of the game where they actually counted up all the time that is just taken up by these always similar cutscenes, because it's 120 shrines, and you tend to forget that when it only, quote-unquote, only takes 10 or 15 seconds for them to say those words. I mean, sure, you can argue that it adds to the immersion to a degree. Oh, those are the lizards. I was going to say, wait, were there sharks in the rivers or something? But no, they're lizards. Okay. What's down here?
Yep.
Ooh, isn't my current one almost broken? Might as well drop that. Let's see. Yeah, this one. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Oh, I hate that when you just... When you want to sleep, especially when you're tired anyways, right? And your brain just won't let you. That's awful. Well, I hope you can at least still relax somehow and don't have to, you know, do very, very tiresome work as well. There's a dude over there, but I don't really want to cross the river again. What's going on here? Those bokoblins? Why is this here? I guess I can utilize it to kill the bokoblins? Oh, whoops. Alright. There we go. That is a giant metal boulder, by the way. And that's a... Let's see. Can we... Let's get it close. Boom! I love this. Oh, it's so great. Hey, buddy. Missing your companions?
Hello?
Of course, most of the stuff fell into the river. Oh, I don't need the bow. Ding, ding, ding! Round 1 goes to Link. And then there's the question of... Ooh, nice, a boomerang. This throwing weapon was originally used by the forest-dwelling Koroks. Its unique shape allows it to return after being thrown. Wasn't there... Wait, right, the Koroks in Wind Waker, aren't they kids or people that have been turned into the children of the Deku Tree? I remember there being some sort of insane theory like that. Or it's not even a theory, it's I think the Deku Tree in Wind Waker even mentions something like that. Wasn't there some sort of curse that was placed on them? And so they just still are that same thing, pretty much? Aw, I don't want to get rid of my mob. Just looking forward to fighting with it. Axe, torch. Well, honestly, I'm probably not going to use the boomerang anyways. Let's throw away this one. It's probably the most boring weapon I have currently. I hope that I'm somewhat close to getting more slots, though. But I don't remember if that was... If we just get the information about that guy next to Kakariko, or if he's actually already giving you slots. Also, why is my shrine thing going crazy? Oh, maybe it's because of the shrine that's close to the other stable that I'm actually supposed to get to, instead of the one I went to. Ooh. There's something up there as well. It has a ladder to it. Might as well cross over to... Yeah, okay, it's this one. Let's do this real quick. Pretty sure I can burn those things. But they're in the water again. Oh no, never mind. There's water around it. I have... Well... Okay, so I've technically not beaten it, which is why I wanted to go back to it before Tears of the Kingdom. I've played through it. I'm pretty sure I got all the shrines in my first playthrough. I pretty much did everything there was to do, except for the very, very last boss. For some reason, I never did that. And I never went back to it either. So that's why I want to do a little bit of a, you know, history playthrough, just look back at the world, but also actually finish the game this time. So I'm not going to do everything, but I want to at least look at the important places, obviously do all the things the main quest demands you to, and beat Ganon. Which honestly might be more fun if I'm not doing too much on the way. Because that means that I'll have not that many things at my disposal, not that many hearts and stuff. Although I do want to get the Master Sword, because what's, you know, Zelda without the Master Sword? So similar in Skyward Sword, doing everything but the last boss. Last dungeon. Oh, that sucks though. Wait, Skyward Sword, does it have the same weird thing where it only allows you to do one save file? I mean, with Breath of the Wild, I think you can, if you have multiple, profiles on the console you're playing it on, then it technically allows you to do multiple saves, or one save per user, I think. Which is still such a weird, I don't know, restriction. Especially since the game, like when I, where is it? When I go to save, right? Oh no, never mind, this is just saving. When I go to load, it has all these autosave slots. So this loading menu pretty much looks like most, I don't know, PC loading menus or really any other game loading menu, where it allows you to essentially keep as many save files as you'd like. But of course they don't, because it's, I don't know, Nintendo? I don't even know why they're doing it. I don't know if it's supposed to make you feel like your save is, you know, important, unique. It certainly is an odd decision. Not the reason for a breakup, but it should be. Yeah, okay. Deleting your save file in a game, that's pretty much one of the worst things that you can do. I do feel you there. Wait, what's this staircase supposed to be for? Oh, I need to do something with that, yeah. Oh, it has the, okay, so it has the classic 3 slots then, yeah. True. Right, most Zelda games have that. Why the heck did they make it one for this? It's like Pokemon is doing the same thing, right? It only ever allows you to have one save state. That's such a weird decision. It almost makes sense. So when I was, I bought an OLED Switch for Tears of the Kingdom, right? Because I only had the Switch Lite, and I wanted to play it like properly on my monitor instead of on the mini screen. And also then I wouldn't be able to stream it, which would also kind of be boring. So that's why I got an OLED Switch. But I did, when I set the Switch back up. Oh wait, one of them. Wait, these are built wrong. Let me get rid of these two. I get... This one must be about here then? I need to place the other one differently then. Guess it needs to bounce earlier or higher? And then we need another one. Yeah, now it works. There we go. Anyways, I was looking back at new Pokemon Snap, and I didn't want to delete my save file there. But with that game, I understand, because it creates like a huge save file, and maybe Nintendo's thinking, all right, most of our customers, you know, they don't really know all that technical stuff, so they don't want them to accidentally create 3 huge save files on their Switch and wonder why they don't have any storage space left. Maybe something along those lines, but that wouldn't really be a concern for most normal Zelda save files, so it's just weird. Got 2 kids by 2 copies. That might also be it, yeah. But I mean, you can get past it with the multiple. Like if you have 2 kids, I would create like 2 profiles for them, right? Because that way they're also not. They're not actually accidentally doing something on the save file of the other kid. some decisions are, I mean, they're so questionable because I don't always know if the greed thing really works, because in that way you'd think that they'd want to make it the least amount of hassle, right? Because if it's really annoying, I feel like you're not really building up your customer base, right? You don't really have satisfied customers if those kinds of things are just super annoying to deal with. Then again, maybe I'm also completely misjudging the average Nintendo customer. It might, what technical reason would it be though, right? If you can, because you can do multiple save files for Breath of the Wild. You just need to create multiple users for it, and it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's some weird thing with their auto upload for the if you're an online, if you have the Nintendo Online stuff, because it wouldn't be able to upload multiples at the same. I don't really know, but you could easily just delete some of these autosave slots, right? You get what? Let me check. Where was the menu again? So there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 autosave slots. These could easily as well just been 3 and use the other 2 as normal ones, right? So I don't think there's really a technical limitation. I sometimes wonder if they really do want to just make it feel very unique. Or sometimes there are games that almost want to push you towards not creating multiple saves because that makes the game world feel more permanent, maybe? Some odd decision like that. It's really, really difficult. At least Breath of the Wild doesn't pull the bullshit that Animal Crossing pulls, because I think in Animal Crossing you really do have to buy multiple copies. I think, right? Because even if you have multiple users on the same Switch, those users are just going to be added to the already existing island of whoever will build or opened up the game first, which that is ridiculous. So yeah, in that sense it might be greed, but then again, it's also, maybe their systems, maybe they sometimes just don't account for some of these things in their system design, and then they realize, oh, well, let's just stick with it, and they don't really care to change it or something. But it is really, really difficult to understand most of the time. Yeah, it could be an intentional, I don't know, it's just weird. And obviously they're not really talking about it either. And then they're not really, because they could give you options too, right? They could make it so that you can choose between, if it really is some sort of weird thing with the amount of space they want to allocate for it, then it could also be that they could make you choose, or they could have an option where, you know, turn off autosave but get more save slots or something. But they're not really doing that either. Maybe because, I mean, that's Nintendo, right? I could easily see them just being like, okay, then somebody accidentally will turn off autosave and they're going to be angry with our game because they don't remember turning that off, and they die, and suddenly they're not, you know, they don't have a checkpoint because it didn't autosave or something. I think they're just really, really careful, and way too careful with... They're not trusting their customers to, I guess, be intelligent at all, even though I would say that even a 5-year-old would work out how it works or why it doesn't work. Darton. Hey, Shibu, you think this nosy guy right here is interested in horses? I am. Looks like it to me, Darton. Judging from his eyes, he's just itching to get into the saddle. You're right. He's got eyes that just say, like, nothing in this world matters to me except horses. I do? That means... What does it mean? That means we've got ourselves a customer. Howdy, Mr. Man. Welcome to Dueling Peak Stables. Or welcome to the front of Dueling Peak Stables, I guess. You really can tell just by looking into his eyes. Bro, his head is just filled with horse stuff, right, bro? Bro, that's right, bro. Just look at his eyes. Right now in his head, it's all horses. Horses, food, and horses, right? I don't know about that. In that case, you should feel free to ask us anything at all about horses. Do you want to hear some tips to help you master your horse? Yay or nay? I didn't think of that joke, by the way. It's one of my dad's jokes. It felt like a dad joke, honestly. Partner bought her own Switch because of the Animal Crossing set. Yeah, that is insane to me. And you also have to remember, like at first, like shortly after buying my Switch Lite, I was thinking, maybe I should have bought the actual one, right? But I didn't want to spend too much money on it back then. And the Lite was like $100 cheaper than the normal Switch. But they didn't even have the island safe transfer feature back then. And now you get that, but you still have to, I think you still have to have both switches, right? It's not like an online upload and you can download your island again. You have to have both switches there and they need to connect, and it's like, how do you even come up with that stuff? Such an insanely complicated thing to do. Yeah, games have very different save file systems too. That's also down to the developer though, and sometimes it is weird. I mean, I remember back in the day, the Elder Scrolls games, for example, always had huge save files, but that's because they, like, if you shoot an arrow somewhere and it's just lying on the ground and you don't pick it up, you pretty much, it's gonna stay there, right? Like, you can come back to it like 100 hours later and it's still gonna be lying at the same position, so it always, like, it needs to keep those things intact, I guess, and that's just blowing up the save file, but yeah. Most of the time it is very, very lazy. And then especially when developers aren't really thinking about the safe size, and then they're just introducing, like, you know, you get like 3 quick saves, 3 auto saves, and then it does additional auto saves at certain important checkpoints, and then you yourself are creating save slots, and every single one of these things is like 100 megabyte each, or even larger. That can sometimes be insane. Although, and I found that really, really weird with new Pokemon Snap, for example. Because that game, because it needs to save pictures, obviously, of the Pokemon you take pictures of. I mean, that's the point of the game. The save file of that game is like 700 megabytes, at least my one is. But the way the Switch allocates that is very strange. So it gives the game like a normal save file, or it has like a maximum size, right? Of, I think it's 140 megabytes or something at first, and that's what the game automatically allocates once you play it, right? But if you want to save more pictures at a certain point during the game, well, the game also allows you to freely save any picture you want, not just those that got the highest scores, which is a pretty cool addition compared to the old Pokemon Snap game. But if you filled up that original save file size that was allocated for the game asks you, hey, by the way, do you want to expand the save file size of the game? And you have to confirm that before it lets you save more photos within the game. So I think the way the Switch does it, it cannot really dynamically adjust the save file like you would have on any PC game, where, right, PC games don't care. They're just going to save that on your PC no matter the size, pretty much. But that makes me think that the Switch probably, they need to allocate the size of any given save file of any given game prior to the game actually doing anything with it, right? And the game pretty much needs to say, hey, I need that much space, and then that space on your Switch is going to be for that game save file. So maybe it's also got something to do with that, where they don't want to, I guess in case of Breath of the Wild, for example, if Breath of the Wild would have 3 save slots, then the game would need to allocate that amount of space permanently on your Switch's hard drive. So it might be something like that Nintendo didn't want to, with every game they're releasing, that would fill up, right? If you have 10 games and every game is allocating a certain amount of space on your Switch for save files you're potentially never going to use, that would suck too. So I think it might also just be some backwards, old school way of, like, it feels like they're honestly still doing save files on Nintendo systems like they did back in the day with memory cards, right? Where every memory card had 15 slots, but then some games would need like 3 slots out of those 15, but the save files could only ever have that specific size, like multiples of those slots, and never deviate from that size in any sort of way, even though they theoretically could have. Yeah, it's just strange. Wonder if it would feel weird if the whole game was... What I find super weird is that they chose to voice act some scenes, right? The actual cutscenes are voice acted. This stuff is not. I don't know. Sometimes I think it's... I like the way Nintendo does it sometimes, where they throw in these funny little, like, oh, and hi, right? Those quick... What would you even call them? Like background sounds? I don't know. It adds a lot of sort of flavor to the game. But sometimes I do miss the voice acting. Okay, the guy at the other stable already told me how to catch a horse. What's that about good horses then? Horses with spots on them are even tempered and easy to train. Okay, spots. On the other hand, horses that are all one color, like straight black or white, are a bit more wild and harder to train. But a one-color horse has more stamina and runs faster, right? That said, they're hard to handle at first, but if you spend a lot of time with a one-color horse, you'll be best buds. Yeah, bro. Dad also said that beginners would start with spotted horses. When I grow up, I'll ride a one-color horse, though. Hey, mister. You get all that? Dad taught us a lot. Just leave the horsing around to us. So, how about I give you 100 rupees and you guys train a one-color horse for me and then just sell it to me, huh? Do we have a deal? How do I train one? They're really wild, so they'll run in different directions and bug here and there because they aren't trained yet. And that happens, you've got to soothe them. But Dad also said that just constantly soothing them won't do it all. The trick is to soothe them when they do what you want them to do. It's like saying thanks to them for a job well done. Hey, mister, you get all that, bro? Dad taught us a lot. Yeah, okay. I'm fine. See ya, bye-bye. Take care now. Bye. I think I saw a couple of horses over there somewhere. Might be worth grabbing one at this point. Do we want to start with the spotted one? Probably. And who are you? Good morning. Don't see a whole lot of travelers passing through here. You know, with how peaceful it is around here, it's sometimes easy to forget that the world almost ended years ago. Peaceful. Mm-hmm. You know that, like, 100 meters down the river, there's, like, weird lizards swimming and bokoblins and explosive barrels? But it's peaceful, alright? But there are still monsters wandering around, and the area near Hyrule Castle is especially dangerous. Yep, I definitely saw that. If you're going to be traveling, you should know a thing or two about elixirs. What's that? You can make elixirs by mixing bugs and other small creatures with monster parts. Most of them are no good for refilling your health, but they can have a lot of unique effects. Yeah, honestly, the ones that don't refill your health but have effects are much better than the others. Oh, test the waters where the cutscene was. Yeah, but it's just so weird to me that they don't... Well, then again, I also think that the game just needed a whole bunch more cutscenes. Because I feel like the story, like the basic idea for the story and plot is there, and it could have been a really, really good one, honestly. But it never really goes anywhere. It doesn't have enough to, which I hope is going to be rectified in the sequel. I really, really hope that Tears of the Kingdom it doesn't need necessarily has to have more voice acted cutscenes, but it needs more story, I think. Especially if they're going to go for what it felt like with the couple of trailers, if they're going to go for a bit more of a darker feel to it. Some elixirs can increase your speed, others raise your resistance to extreme temperatures. I'm actually impressed that you've made it this far without any knowledge of elixirs. I can't have it on my conscience if something happens to you from here, so I'll give you one of mine. Oh, thank you. Hasty Elixir grants a low-level haste effect, which boosts your movement speed while running, swimming, or climbing. Nice. Using a Hasty Elixir increases your run speed, so I use it to escape from enemies or any time I need to hurry. The recipe is just Hightail Lizard and Monster Parts, so I usually have a stock of 10 or so on hand. Yeah, I need the lizards, though. I have a billion different Monster Parts and not any lizards. They're really, really difficult to catch. They're super fast. So I guess you already need like a fast elixir. Hey! Thanks for yelling at me that you can give me directions. But as you mentioned, the whee, oh, wow, right? I mean, that adds so much to a game as well. It doesn't really need voice acting per se. It's just... But then again, a lot of Japanese games are weird like that, where they have even sometimes a ton of voice-acted parts, but then still non-voice-acted stuff as well, and I never really understood why they chose to do that. Yeah, and then the problem is the unfitting. I think, well, in part, sometimes the voice acting with games like this, well, first of all, it's probably super difficult for like a voice director or the voice actors to really build up a character or even come up with a character if the only thing that is given to you is like maybe 20 lines, right? And they're saying, hey, you know, do a voice for these 20 lines and that's it. And then we need a couple of grunts and angry sounds and, you know, you're done. Yeah, that's not really going to create a good voice acted character, I want to say. And then, you know, added to that, it's going to be difficult to come up with a character if they aren't even really a character, and it's so strange. But looking at the English voice acting in Persona 5, for example, which is probably one of the best voice actings that I've ever heard in terms of what they did with the characters, and they're really, really unique. They feel like actual characters, like actual teenagers talking to each other rather than the weird, awkward stuff you usually get. And it's just so... the problem isn't even that it's... And that's the difficult part, right? The problem is not that these scenes are badly acted in the case of Breath of the Wild, right? It's perfectly fine what the voice actors are doing. It's just that it lacks any nuance. It's this perfect line read, as if they're doing a commercial, almost, right? Where it's perfectly pronounced, and it's easy to understand, and it's very clear. The voice can still be very interesting, right? And it can still fit the character, but it's lacking this feeling of, oh, hey, these are actual humans or actual people interacting with each other, right? Where there's sometimes going to be, like, if they're under pressure, some words are going to slip, or, you know, the pronunciation isn't going to be as good. And then maybe we're coming back to Nintendo, since they definitely focus on, you know, kids to a larger degree than other console manufacturers, at least. That can also be a concern, right? Where they maybe feel like if they're making the voice acting too real, then it's going to be difficult for kids to understand, maybe. So it's a weird one. But obviously, from my personal wishes or my personal, what I would like to see is just a Zelda game that really, well, pretty much has the equivalent of cutscenes as, I don't know, well, okay, The Witcher 3 is a high bar to cross. Like, Witcher 3 is insane, what they did. Not all cutscenes are perfectly, you know, animated, of course, but what they did with that game, I don't know how many labor hours went into it to create it like that, but yeah, I just wish Zelda had more, because I think the cutscenes that exist in this game, they're actually really, really good. maybe not perfectly voice acted, yeah, a bit too perfect in their voice acting maybe, but it just needed, I think it needs about at least 5 times the amount of cutscenes for me to really, you know, dive into the story and think of it as an actual story rather than just, oh, hey, you know, because now it's more like, I guess, the equivalent of Final Fantasy 1, right? Where it's sort of just giving you a basic outline of a plot and story, and you're maybe supposed to imagine the rest for yourself, but that's easy to do with a pixel game or a pixel remaster or a very old school RPG. It's harder to do when the game presents itself as detailed as this one in its world design, right? Because then, well, what's your imagination supposed to do, right? Is it supposed to just add story in between? I don't know. The music's incredible, although I really just wish that it would be a bit more pronounced. But that's what those cutscenes could facilitate as well, because it definitely feels like the right decision to keep the music sometimes a little bit further back, make you appreciate sort of the wideness and openness of the world more, to by not, you know, over pronouncing or by not making the music too important in the audio mix. But cutscenes would have been a perfect way to incorporate more music, because the music's so great, but sometimes I feel like Breath of the Wild's, the music doesn't come up often enough almost for how good it is. Okay, dude, what are you selling? Should I just get more arrows? I mean, I still have the... Might as well get some crickets, too. Because these are way cheaper than the insanely expensive frogs the other dude was selling. Or I guess it was him, too. This is stamina. Yeah, might as well get these. I always forget that there's a button to take them all. Yay! Take them all. Yeah. Wow! Wow! Those lights are so great, though. Man. He's so great in Wind Waker 2. Bye! Thank you! A lot of stuff really sounds like straight out of Wind Waker. Yeah, Wind Waker had some awesome stuff, though. So it's definitely good that it does. Why? Wait, oh. Oh, sorry, dude. Let me sell you something first. Oh. Wait, do I even have something to sell? Unless I straight up want to get rid of some... You know what? I mean, stuff like this, I'm probably going to get a billion of them anyways, right? So here we go. Wow! Yay! Take those and might as well sell these two. Wow! And we're gonna grab enough that. Woohoo! Why does he sound like Mario in that one line? Wow! Wow! Here you go. Yeah, I know you are. Okay. He's always super disappointed when he realizes that he's out of stock on one of those items. Selling crafting mats, yeah. I remember I had like, I don't know, 300 or something of those Bokoblin things at one point in my first playthrough. Problem is I'm just lacking critters to mix them with, so... Okay, let's take one of these and just combine them with this. Oh, oops. Should probably light a fire first, huh? Do we have a fire around somewhere, or do I need to... Hey! Why did you have to sit next to the fire? Please be careful, miss. I am gonna shoot that one. There we go. Ah, she's fine. Just almost blew up the entire pot, but sure. Well, I mean, she must have known that I would. She even told me about the elixirs, right? So surely she can't blame me for wanting to light a fire to create elixirs that she told me about. Beetle, Needle, Compass, Rose, Rosalina, yeah, I don't know if I'm following that train of thought, but sure. Makes sense. Oh, right, that's really cool. I probably want to just create as many of them as I can. Might as well, right? Okay, so this one. Introduction of freedom. Oh, right! I could have used the choo-choo jelly to light the fire instead of a fire arrow. I forgot about that. It's frozen substance. Okay, these I can mix with critters. These I don't think so. I feel like these are for something else. That's actually a good idea. Let me hold a couple of these. I don't want to cook them. Let's turn them into the red shoe. Oh, was she afraid that they were going to explode? I guess they would have, huh? If I kept them around instead of picking them up. Okay, let's do this one more time. Oh, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Might as well do... If I put 4 together, technically it should give me twice the amount of stamina, I hope. Wait, did they upgrade it later? I think... Well, it depends. I'm playing it on the Wii U, and I think the Wii U version always just runs at 720p, which funnily enough meant that, at least if I recall correctly, when the game originally launched, the Wii U version in certain spots ran better than the Switch, because the Switch, I think, is 720p when you're in handheld mode, but it ups it to 900p when it's docked. I don't know if it's still doing that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it was on release. And that meant that since the Wii U was running at a lower resolution, like when you're compared to a Switch that's docked and connected to a TV or monitor, that it would run better in certain places, although in very, very few. Oh, wait, I think I still have another one, right? Yeah. Let's grab these two. Might as well create another one. Yeah, this is on Wii. Well, I'm playing it on Wii U because I still had it for that. I didn't have a Switch, or I didn't buy a Switch right away, and I still had my Wii U, so I thought might as well get it on this. Now the only downside was that I couldn't, because I was thinking about maybe playing through the Master Mode and the DLCs, but you cannot buy them anymore on the Wii U because they shut off the store, right? So no option to do that. But then again, considering that Tears of the Kingdom isn't that far away anymore, it's probably better than I'm playing it normally, because otherwise I'm sure I wouldn't be able to finish it before the next one comes out. Welcome to the Dueling Peaks stable. What do you think of the place? Pretty nice, yeah? It might be hard to imagine now, but this place was nearly destroyed about 100 years ago. However, thanks to the blessings of the Dueling Peaks, everything is full of life again. What does a mountain have to do with it? Also, are you guys twins? Why do you... I guess are they, one of them has to be the father of the two boys, right? Or maybe one had, like, both of them have one boy each. Something like that. And even the wild horses are back. There's a lot of energy in this place. So, where are you heading? Both Kakariko Village and Hateno Village are nearby. Well, I haven't really heard anything about Hateno yet. Wild horses? What's that about? Huh? Did you not see any horses on your way here? Yeah, but once. Certainly not as many as in years past, but there's still quite a few around. Horses in the wild are, well, wild. No one has trained or cared for them. If you manage to catch one, let my brother Tassera know. He'll register the horse for you. Yeah, I should definitely do that. My boys are wellsprings of information about horses, so feel free to pick their brains. I already did. So they are yours then. Man, imagine having a twin brother and then you yourself become a father and get twins as well. That must be really, really rare, honestly.
Oh.
Okay, where's Kakariko? It's the village where the Sheikah clan lives. It's said that some time ago they had advanced techniques that were more powerful than anything anyone had seen. I feel like that's sometimes a bit of an understatement. But their power put them at odds with the king at the time, and they were scattered across the land. Anyway, if you leave here and follow the road straight to the north, you'll find a big bridge. Cross that and keep following the path, and you'll come to Kakariko Village Gate. Yeah, I want to do that. Leave it to Renza to tell you about the roads around this area. And what's Hateno exactly? It's a village on the edge of Hyrule. It was largely unaffected by the events of the Great Calamity, so the people there are pretty easygoing. I hear they even have a research center, but folks tend to avoid the weird scientist who lives there. Right. That is definitely one thing that I hadn't really considered anymore, is that I guess it's really only sort of the middle part and the parts around the castle that were destroyed during the calamity. A lot of the rest of the land was sort of unaffected. I mean, they were probably affected indirectly by, you know, having trade routes cut off and stuff, but... Does explain why they're so flourishing, because... I mean, large parts of the world seem pretty much fine. Not in any struggle, really. Which makes you wonder how powerful Ganon really would be if he would be released. Considering that, well, everything surrounding the castle is destroyed anyways, right? So what's the harm in letting him go? You would probably destroy and kill everybody else still. What a switch about a week after it came out, because, yeah, I almost caved as well. I mean, the Wii U was expensive, so problem was that there wasn't really any other game that I was interested in on Switch back then. So I only bought it later when they had more games, but at that point, obviously, I'd already bought it for the Wii U. Oh, that's nice. So you got it cheaper? That sounds okay. Twins who married each other? Interesting. That would be weird. Anyway, head north from here until you reach a fork in the road, then go east and just follow the road. It's a little far if you walk it, but with a horse you should get there in under a day. A day? What the hell? Okay. Well, I guess he's talking about the shorter days of the game. Everything looks just as it always has, but the effects of the Great Calamity still linger. For example, a lot of monsters come out at night, so be careful when the sun sets. Right. I mean, with the horse, it's probably going to be easier to deal with. Let's see. Anybody else to talk to? What are you on about? Mesa. What's going on with you? Are you lost to something? Kakariko Village is a ways north of here. If you're going to Dueling Peak Stable, it's not much farther from... Yeah, we're standing right next to it. Did you forget your glasses or something? You can usually find me at the stables, but if you can't wait, we can do a little business right here. I carry only the finest meats. I guarantee these are top choice provisions, or your rupees back. Oh, well, show me what you got. You can't beat raw prime meat unless you've got raw bird thigh. Nothing compares to rare. Oh, he really is just selling meat. And it's quite pricey as well. You know what, dude? I mean, the steak looks really good, though. Fresh, high-quality piece of animal meat. Stuff isn't easy to come by, so savor it. Cook it to recover more hearts. Might as well get one. Remember, if you want meat, you want mesa. That's my motto. Anything else? Nah, I'm good. Okay, how the hell do I get that cooked? I think I need to drop it kind of, oops, like next to the fire. There we go, hold. Drop. It's just catching on fire right away. Does it work? There we go. Seared prime steak. Raw prime meat cooked over an open flame. The outside is perfectly brown, while the inside is mouth-wateringly juicy. Holy shit, I think I need to eat steak again. It's been a while. That's always how I cook my steak, right? Just sort of throw it roughly in the area of my oven and come back to it like a minute later and it's done. Sounds like a great idea, honestly. The meat man. Yeah, the fancy Tears of the Kingdom edition for the OLED Switch. I was thinking about it when I bought the OLED Switch, but yeah, it's more expensive, and I didn't want to spend extra bucks just for a like printed on. As cool as it looks, I'd much rather spend that on, I don't know, something else. Zelda, if it really came down to that, right? I guess I'm not really too much into those specially designed. And then also, especially with the controller, I wouldn't even really want to use it, right? To sort of keep it pristine. And yeah, so I might as well not buy it in the first place. But yeah, it really does look pretty cool. The dude at the store when I bought mine, because I went in like a day before they got the Tears of the Kingdom ones, I think, and he tried to convince me to, hey, you know, if you wait a day, you can get the other one. But nah. Also, I didn't want to go through the hassle of going to the store again, so... I didn't notice you. I was a bit lost in thought there. We've been doing rigorous research, day and night, to figure out the mystery of that blood moon. The hell are you going on about? You don't know it? That's inexcusable. Listen up and I'll tell you about it. For 100 years now, every so often, when the clock strikes midnight, the sky turns red and a full moon rises. At that moment, monsters that had been previously defeated will come back to life. It doesn't sound scary at all. And that's what is known as the Blood Moon. Although he seems pretty excited about it. Why do the monsters return to life? Why does it only happen when the sky turns red? No one really has the answers to those questions. It's a mysterious phenomenon. If you learn anything about the Blood Moon as you travel, be sure to come back and tell me. I actually don't remember if we could learn more about it and tell them. I don't really think there isn't that much to learn, right? It's pretty much what he just talked about. White. Oh, well, I did buy a white OLED Switch, so I have white Joy-Cons anyways. And I'm not really sure if we're ever gonna get a Switch 2. Well, I mean, I guess since now I bought a new one anyways, I'm more in the camp of hopefully they're gonna do a completely new console. I mean, it would be nice, obviously, if it would be backwards compatible with the Switch games. That would be cool, so that we could enjoy them potentially in either higher resolutions or frame rates, if they're ever gonna do that. But we're talking about Nintendo here, so I highly doubt that. But yeah. It would kind of suck for me if they came out with the Switch Pro now. But I don't think so. I feel like they kind of missed their chance of doing that already, and at this point I think they're just gonna stick with the Switch until they can do an actual next Nintendo generation console. The Switch gimmick, you mean the fact that it can be played handheld and docked? It really is a weird one, because I was, like, one of the streamers that I watched that was also kind of replaying Breath of the Wild before Tears of the Kingdom comes out, they were discussing that, like, how, because the problem now is that a lot of people are into the, like, the Steam Deck, right? And a crazy amount of companies is now coming out with their own versions of that. So Nintendo really would have a tough competition going up against that. I mean, sure, they still have their own games, right? Like their exclusives. But I don't know. I mean, in the past, with almost every console that they've done, seems like they always try to come up with like a new gimmick, which I don't necessarily think is the best idea. It makes it difficult to also make your, like, port your games, make them backwards compatible, right? With the Wii U having a second screen, just makes it more difficult to port something like Wind Waker HD over. Technically shouldn't be too difficult, but it's just one more thing to consider that's probably keeping them from doing it. It's a weird one. Maybe that's also partially why they haven't really done anything up until this point, or why there aren't really that many rumors about it, because they themselves don't really know what they want to go for next. I don't know. Sure, they have a couple of concepts lying around, but it's certainly a weird one. I'm not sure. The idea, well, I personally have never been too much into handhelds. I always bought them, but that was mostly because I wanted to play Pokemon. And it's, yeah, they only ever released on handhelds up until the Switch came out. But it's... I do wish they would have done a permanently docked Switch version. Like the Switch, like... basically the counterpart to the Switch Lite, right? Have one that is purely there for being docked. Almost like, what was it called? Vita TV? Like the PlayStation Vita TV thing that Sony did back in the day? Which actually was less than half the price of a Vita, but it allowed you to play the Vita games on TV. That was brilliant. And I wish I had bought that back when it released, but the Vita games, well, at that time, I didn't really think it was worth it for me, but yeah. I wish Nintendo would have done that. Or if they maybe did a Pro version, like, right away. Yeah. Could be that their next console really just is a more powerful Switch. I mean, nothing against that. I don't think that I would necessarily... As long as they're still doing good Nintendo games and they don't drop further in quality, which is certainly a little bit of a concern when we're looking at Pokemon, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people would have bought into a more powerful Switch, independent of how they'd done that, but it's Nintendo, right? They also don't want to sell their console at a loss, so they were probably concerned that it would have cost too much money and it would have alienated their fan base or something. Yeah, at this point, it really, really feels like, especially with, you know, COVID sort of delaying everything, and then the shortages in chips and everything that came up, they probably wanted to do, I can really see them wanting to do like a pro version of the Switch, and eventually just said, nah, it's going to be too much of a hassle. It's not going to be as available as we want it to be. It's not going to have as many features as we wanted to have, maybe, or it's not going to be a worthwhile upgrade. And so they just didn't do it, even though maybe they had plans for it. And now they probably, it really, really does feel like they're kind of stalling a little bit, in either because they're still not fully sure if they want to change up their whole console concept, or if maybe they have something that they're not entirely sure yet if it's going to work. Instead of just doing a pure Switch upgrade. Yeah, and then with the Steam Deck pretty much just sort of copying the concept, but making it much more powerful than the Switch is. I wonder if they even regard that as competition. Part of me kind of feels like they don't really care that much about it, since they have their own exclusive stuff lined up. But then again, maybe they care about it in terms of, oh, hey, they've done the same concept, so now they think that maybe they have to add on to their own one, right? So I feel like even if they're gonna do a Switch 2 kind of thing, although I don't, well, the Wii U was that for the Wii, and it really did work, so I don't know if maybe that's why they're stalling too, that they're afraid that they'll run into the same situation again. So maybe they want to add something to it, but then we get into that difficult idea of, well, what would you add to the Switch that makes it a, I don't know, more interesting console, right? In terms of, let's suppose, like a new controller design or some sort of additional movement-based feature, I don't know. Maybe they're making a combined VR thing where you can put the Switch 2 in front of your eyes and it's just going to convert into a VR headset when you buy an accessory or something. I don't know what they're coming up with. Yeah, the mobile gaming, I don't like mobile gaming either. I've only ever done it because I wanted to, well, play Nintendo's games, but I'm usually, I just want to, you know, chill either on a couch or, you know, in front of my monitor. I don't like playing on small screens. I think it takes too much away from games for most of the time. Even though the idea of kind of walking around, I mean, surely for kids, right? If I remember back in the day when I was in school and we were like trading Pokemon, that's cool. That's great. And then, well, the idea of Pokemon Go is also really cool if Niantic had actually done anything interesting with it. I tried to get into it a couple of times and I just couldn't. It's so boring. So lazily designed, honestly. Could have been so much more than what it turned out to be. Yeah, it's weird that they... But yeah, again, with the whole COVID thing, they're pretty much stalling. I think it definitely delayed a couple of their plans. Is it really from 17? Ooh, that's not even that long. Feels like forever since we had the Switch. Yeah, I mean, I guess 17 is 6 years ago, right? Oh yeah, Pokemon Go. I really wanted to love it. I did like it to a certain extent. I mean, it's just that for me, it was never, I don't know, it was never really what I imagined a game like that could be. I don't know. I guess I was expecting, well, I was mostly expecting to have actual Pokemon battles the same way they work when you're battling online. Clearly, they wanted it to be a bit more simpler. I don't know. Also, one thing that I definitely not like, or the main thing that meant that I didn't get back into Pokemon Go is that it always feels like you have to stand still for a while. Like if you're going to an arena, for example, you have to be there at that location while you're fighting the Pokemon at the arena. And I wanted it to be more a thing that I can actually just, you know, walk around with, right? Instead of constantly standing still. Anyways, what are these two guys up and on about? I've got the scoop on Misko's treasure, and it's great. Listen up, Dak.
Oh.
Prison, hang on. Hey, buddy, what's your problem? You aren't being incredibly rude and listening to our conversation, are you? Well, it's my problem that you... What? We're treasure hunters on the trail of our latest score, the treasure of the great bandit Misko. It's as good as ours. Prison, you're going to give it all away. I was going to say, if you're concerned about me overhearing your conversation, maybe you shouldn't give me all the details about what you were going to discuss. Sorry, Dak. I got carried away. Anyway, we're busy here, dude. If you need something, take it up with someone else. Right. Think you can actually listen in on the conversation somehow, I'm pretty sure. Let's go Pikachu and Eevee. That's with fighting, but only, like, you're catching the Pokemon the same way as Go, but you still have the trainer fights and stuff, I'm pretty sure. Honestly, completely getting rid of the fighting in Pokemon Go would have also been a great idea, I think. If it had really only been about catching Pokemon, but then they did introduce the arenas, and you can battle in it. It's just not really, it doesn't really feel great. Gym battles and raids, yeah. Let's Go is one of those games that I might want to come back to eventually. I haven't played it, I don't even own it yet, but can I listen in on them somehow? This is just talking, right? You again. Pay no mind to my little bro's chatter from before. He's got a penchant for running his mouth with crazy talk. So, Misko's treasure. Ah, shoot, whelp. Can't say I didn't try to throw him off. Hey, Dak, why don't we just tell him? Maybe he'll leave us alone if we do. Oh, I thought you were able to overhear the conversation. Maybe you have to do that right away? I mean, if you can't figure this riddle out, there's no way someone like him will be able to. That's a good point. We're after nothing less than the treasure of Misko, the great bandit. Finding it would mean incredible riches. I'm not about to give this information away for free. I'm no fool. That's the keen sense of the strongest treasure hunter at work. No gold left behind. Not by Domidak. You're great, Dak. It'll be 100 rupees to learn what we know. Truth is, it'll be a steal to get this exclusive scoop for 1,000 rupees. So what you say? I mean, I don't have 100, so no way. Anyway, Misko's treasure, not that we were talking about such a thing, is only for the best of treasure hunters. That probably rules you out, Bob. The fewer people after it, the better. You've still got the scoop. Is this going to get added to my... I don't think it's... Yeah, I think you only get it if you actually pay them. Let's not do that, though. Yeah, let's maybe not talk about that, okay? It was a really good steak. Where are the horses? I think I definitely saw a couple of them. Oh, there we go. So we're supposed to get a spotted one first, right? Sort of the beginner horse. Let's go with... I don't remember them having... That one looks a bit weird. Wouldn't they have spots all over the body instead of in just a couple of places? Ooh, what's that? Some spicy peppers. Why are they growing here? Interesting. Okay, don't turn around, okay? Yeah, okay, you can turn around like that, but, you know, don't do it again. There we go. Oh, right. Well, that was easy. Hey. New horse. It doesn't really want to go the way I want it to go yet, but that's gonna work. Stamina potion for the horse. I think you can give them... Wait, can you give them carrots or something? Or was that only something in the old Zelda games? Right. Do we need to talk to him? while being on the horse? I'm pretty sure I do. Whoa. Stop it.
Hey!
Welcome! If you've come with the wild horse, you can register it with us here. Or if you want to stay for a rest, please head to the counter inside. Honestly, I really love the stable designs. Not only do they look really, really cozy, but the fact that he can like walk back and forth between the, I guess, horse things, services at the front and the, you know, rest here in the back. It's such a, I don't know, it's a funny little detail. I think it works really well. All right, register horses. Gotcha. Oh no, does that cost money? Forgot about that. You sure this is the one? New horse. A gentle one. Wait, we've already bonded like a third of the way? Sure. Not a problem. We charge a registration fee to help support our conservation efforts. The fee also gets you a locally made saddle and bridle for your horse. Oof. Barely afford that, but sure. Thanks. Please enter a name for you. Okay, now this is going to be a bit more difficult. What can I name the horse? I've never ridden the horse IRL. I know a couple people who do. And we actually do have a, like, fairly close to where I live, there's like a big, or like a fairly wealthy family, I guess, and they own like a lot of fields and stuff with horses, and they're actually like, they have really valuable like race horses, right, that are used in actual competitions and stuff. So there's a few horses around here. But yeah, never ridden a horse before. Well, I mean, it's always something that you can eventually do, I guess. Even if only for a little bit. Oh, you beat Final Fantasy IV 2 nights ago? Nice. What a game. Man, I'm still looking forward to doing that one. Oh, I forgot about the whole stamina. Yeah, right, that's what you meant. Okay. Because it takes my stamina away if you try to catch... Yeah, because they... like, they move so much, right? And you need to hold on. I forgot about that. Spot. Zelda. Oh, I think the discussion around which Final Fantasy games are good or which you can skip, that's probably going to be super, super subjective and different for everybody. I've heard so many completely different opinions on the games. I guess you might be able to skip like the earlier one. You can, I think, a lot of people mentioning starting with Final Fantasy IV if you want to skip the first 3. I don't think those are super important necessarily. I enjoyed the first one a lot. It definitely had some really, really interesting surprises that I just didn't expect, but yeah, it's also, it is somewhat basic. In a lot of its design, so I don't think you necessarily have to play it. What's a good name? What is a name that I've... I was going to say let's call it Tingle, but I don't really want to be reminded of that guy. What was the boat's name in Wind Waker? Is he just called Lionel? Or did he have another name? You know what? Let's go with Leo. I don't know why, but it's somewhat close to what I imagined with the boat.
Ah,
Sure you want to name this horse Leo? Yeah, let's go with that. Your registration is complete. Would you like to take your new horse with you? Let's board it for now. See you next time. Oh, and by the way, if you get separated from your horse, you can whistle it and we'll come running. Oh, right. I completely forgot about that mechanic. Well, I really didn't use horses that much in my first playthrough. But your horse isn't magic. It can't hear you if you're too far away, so do keep that in mind. Not magic, right? That's such a cool detail. Begins to rain, so she runs inside. He's walking inside too. He just, I guess, takes a bit longer. The twins don't really care. So many awesome details in this game. I just wish there were more places like this. Remove a couple bokoblin camps and give me more of these really cool places. Well, do I want to ride a horse to Kakariko? It's not that far away, right? And we have the shrine here, so I can teleport back. Actually, let me look at it. Okay, then again, it's not exactly close. But I think... Lake Ciela. Pillars of Levia. The Ash Swamp. Names of the places are really cool. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna continue on foot for now. Is there anything else that I needed? No. I feel like we've rested enough at the stable. Might as well finally head on to Kakariko. Ah, right, you cannot... Yeah. I forgot about that. Wind Waker... That's so strange, though. That they shut off the Wii U store if... Yeah, it means that you cannot buy Twilight Princess and Wind Waker HD digitally currently. What an odd decision. It really is baffling to me that they chose to turn that off as well. I mean, isn't that kind of... Well, okay, the Switch been out for a while, but... Still. That almost feels like Sony shutting off the PlayStation 4 store now. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty sure you can get it as a physical edition somewhere. Used might actually be a good bet on that. Seeing copies from 20 to 80 to 200. Holy shit. Try to fight the ring in Skyrim. Yeah. That sounds about right. Yeah, the Wii U sadly has discs instead of cartridges, but... It is not... Like, if you can get it cheap somewhere, it would be nice. I thought I remembered... somebody else being here. You were the guy that I just met at the stable, right? No, wait. He's not the steak guy. Bugud? Wasn't he just exiting the stable with me? Kakariko village is just a short jump to the north of the bridge, but the road to Hateno village to the east is very long. You want my advice? You'd buy stuff that fills you with vigor, you know? Gives you the stamina you need. That's just if you want my advice. I'm selling a few things I've picked up on my travels. Doesn't cost to look. Let's sell some stuff first, though. Do I still have something to sell? I am running somewhat low. Yeah, let's sell these. They're really worth quite a bit. Still not really sure what these are for. Let's just sell one, maybe. At least that'll get me above 100. And let's take a look. This is my fine stuff. Ingredients guaranteed to give you a boost of vigor when you're out on the road. Energetic rhino beetle. 150? Okay, that thing must be really difficult to find. This valuable beetle can live up to 10 years. When cooked with monster parts, its impressive vitality translates into an elixir that will greatly restore your stamina. But to be fair, at this point, I really got more than enough stamina elixirs and things. I mean, you can always run out pretty quickly too, but no need to buy too many. Physical Nintendo games are pretty cool in terms of value retention, right? Because oftentimes you can sell them for quite a bit. Especially when they are a bit rarer to find in stores. Lots of used copies on eBay for retail. And slightly above. That is so insane, right? You can, if you had it, you could just sell it for pretty much for the same price you bought it for. It's pretty good. Guess you just need to be a little bit careful on eBay if people are, if their discs aren't that great anymore. If they're scratched or something. I don't know how often that still happens. I mean, would have been a concern, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, 10, 12 years ago. I guess as long as it still runs. Could also be a way to get a copy for really cheap. If it still runs, but just isn't, doesn't look that pristine anymore, who really cares if you just want to play the game, right? This tough medicinal plant cannot be broken, but it can be cooked. Its durable yet flexible fibers raise your defense when cooked into a dish. I definitely want that, because I'm still very, very low on hearts. Oh! That does remind me. There is a statue in Kakariko, right? That allows you to use the orbs we've gathered. Didn't remember that being a thing, so I don't have to return to the Temple of Time, which isn't too difficult to do since I can teleport, but... we're coming up on Mr. Korok, buddy. I wonder, is he always... So if I had, for some reason, tried to approach Kakariko from the other side, would he still just be here? Shalaka. What was that? Is that just his lamp? Oh, I guess he tucked his lamp away. Shalaka! You can see me! Well, why wouldn't I be able to? I can't see you. Yeah, I can. Shalaza! Shalaka! It's been 100 years since anyone has been able to see me. Whoa. Wait, seriously? I didn't remember that. Okay. I'm Hestu, and I need your help. Those monsters over there stole my beloved maracas. It's so random, but still really cool. I think they're still there on the other side of those rocks. I can't use my powers without them, Shoko. So please get my maracas back from them. Priceless maracas. Let's do that. Cannot have Hestu not be able to do his dancing songs. I think that requires a proper weapon. That requires the mop. Let's mop those mobsters and get his cool instruments back. Knuckles Chaotix. I've never heard of that game. Nice. And honestly, if you're ever in a pinch, feels like you really could make quite a bit of money with... Oh. Thought I would be able to... Come here, buddy. There we go. That's what I wanted. Boom! Get flurry rushed with my mop. Well, Didn't really last for too long. Yeah, let's just go in with the tornado. Ooh. Okay, you guys are actually quite healthy. Let's eat an apple. I feel like this is a good place to use this. Oh, it's badly damaged already too? Huh. Ooh, I might actually be running low on weapons here. Yeah. Oh. Oh, he has the... I forgot that they have really long range. It's a bit annoying because I think you can only trigger the Flurry Rush if the thing you're actually targeting is attacking. Okay. It's one dude gone. Ooh, no, I don't want to... What? What are you doing, Link? Where's the weapon? Oh, there it is. There we go. Oh, oops. Come on. I really thought I timed that right. Ooh. Don't want to fall down, though. Yeah, these guys are actually really, really fun to fight. They're quite tough when you don't have good weapons. I don't know, the Flurry Rush trigger seems to be a bit weird. It's very, very easy when they're doing that. Okay, great, that just got me out of my Flurry Rush, though. Can I... How does that... If I... Oh, I forgot that you can use it as a weapon too, so you can just hit enemies with it. You don't necessarily need to throw it. But if you do throw it, it technically comes back? I thought? Maybe not. My elixir is even running out already. Oh. Well, that works, I guess. That was actually fun! Maybe I should have used a... Oh no, I cannot use stasis on them yet. I could have used the boxes, though, for some damage. Ooh. I know that music. It's really, really awesome when it happens for the first time, isn't it? I don't necessarily... I'm not the biggest fan of the mechanic behind it, but the fact that it happens is incredible. You get the blood moon.
Link. Be on your guard. Ganon's power grows. It rises to its peak under the hour of the blood moon.
Is Flurry Rush especially straining on the weapons? That's a very good question. I don't think so. I want to say it just maybe feels like it because you... Well, you can, like, rush them down, right? So you just do a lot of hits in very short succession. So it just probably counts every hit as one hit, and that's... Yeah, that was a bit of a... That was unfortunate timing. Oopsie. Really? I didn't even think about that. I didn't know that it would even respawn the enemies that were right next to you. Should have waited for midnight, huh? Let's see. Well, I can eat that. I don't have... What's this? Movement speed boost. Well, that's not really gonna help. Oh boy. Oh yeah, that's a great camera position. Oh. Okay. These guys are pretty straining on my weapons. At least this has a really, really good range. Oh, no. I don't want to use the giant sword. Really? At least they're not doing that much damage. So that's a good thing, I guess. There we go. Oh no, he fell down! Does that even... I don't know if that kills him, technically. Where you at, buddy? Oh yeah, it did kill him. I see his teeth and horns floating in the river. Well, that was unfortunate. Huh. I don't remember that ever really happening to me, honestly. That's a bit overkill in terms of healing. Let's just eat 2 normal apples then. It's really fun though. I enjoy... The game is honestly so much more enjoyable when it's difficult. Well, it's not... It wasn't super difficult or challenging. Hastu's maracas. Hastu's beloved maracas. He's been shaking them since he was 2 years old. Okay, nice to know. But yeah, I think if it is a bit more... Well, especially interesting because I actually had to go through most of my weapons to deal with those guys. So the whole weapon mechanic just makes more sense in that moment, right? Whereas typically, I don't know, at some point later during the game, you just have so many weapons that it not only does it become a non-issue that they break, it also means that you constantly have to think about which ones to take with you and which ones to drop, which it can be really annoying as well. So I kind of wish it would stay more difficult as time goes on. Welcome back. Well, it doesn't really have difficulties. The only difficulty you can add, theoretically, is if I would still be able to buy the DLC, you can go into Master Mode. Which, as far as I know, so it makes it, there are like different tiers of enemies, right? They, like in this case, the blue ones, they have more health than the red ones, and they typically spawn in with better weapons and stuff as well. And then there's like multiple tiers of them all the way up until like silver ones, I think, are the best or toughest enemies that you can fight. And in the Master Mode DLC version, I think there's another tier. Every other enemy gets 1 tier higher as well. And if you don't hit them for like, I don't know what it is exactly, but for a couple of seconds, they'll actually regain health. So they heal if you don't constantly hit them, which I'm not too sure how much I would enjoy that specific mechanic, but yeah, that's why it's more difficult, but it's also... I don't know. I honestly don't know if I would enjoy that more than this. Charlotte, Carla, those are my maracas. Please give them to me. There you go. Yeah, I'm so much looking forward to Tears of the Kingdom with all of their new mechanics that they added. And I really, really hope that it will have... It doesn't even need to be traditional Zelda dungeons, but, you know, just more difficult puzzles, more difficult enemies and bosses, because that's what's honestly quite lacking in Breath of the Wild, right? There's like 3 overworld bosses that you can find, and that's it. Like the stone guys, then I think there's the big, like one-eyed giant dudes. And then there's like the fish in the desert. Maybe forgetting one, but that's about it. But wait, is something wrong with my maracas? The Korok seeds inside are gone. How am I supposed to dance now, Shoko? They had just 1 Korok seed. I could sing, dance, and use my... Oh, yeah. Use my powers. Powers are good. I love how it doesn't even give you... I think it's just the gamepad itself. Gives you the battery indicator. But if you don't look down onto the gamepad, then it just turns off at some point. Great. Okay, seriously, how does 1 Korok seed help, though? With 2 maracas, wouldn't you need at least 2 to begin with? Use my powers to help you. You see, I have the power of inventory expansion. Right, of course you have that. So let me know if you find some Korok seeds, some ghost being that nobody can see except for me, that looks like a tree that's walking around and dances with maracas of course, you would have the power of inventory expansion. The children of the forest must have taken the cork seeds from my beloved maracas. I never thought I'd be the target of one of their pranks, Shoko. But wait. Okay. Why can you smell them? I don't think I want to know how they smell, but okay. You do! You got a cork seed from one of the forest children. If you give me just one cork seed, I'll make your inventory bigger in return. Yeah. Let's go for that. Shalaka! So which stash do you want more slots in? Well, definitely weapon. I think... So in theory, shields last fairly long anyways. It does suck a bit if you find really cool ones, and, well, you have to get rid of them because you don't have that many slots, but overall, the weapon stash is by far the most useful, I want to say. So I think... Let's just increase that as far as I can for now. I really, really wish they would have had a fourth one for things like the torch and the axe for cutting down trees. And even though technically they're still weapons, I feel like a fourth slot maybe would have made sense. Shaky Shaka! Here he goes. Nice. Okay, so the sounds cannon 2, the inventory expansion sound is him doing da 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 next to you. Your weapon stash has been expanded, Shalaka. I still smell cork seeds on you. Want me to expand your inventory again? Yeah, let's do one more weapon stash. For 2. And then 3. I don't know if the next upgrade is 3 or if it... I know at some point it jumps in terms of how many you need for the next one. Because eventually he requires like 15 or something for one slot. Let's see. Shalaka. Look at the time. I need to get back before Grandpa yells at me. What? Sorry, I have to go, but I still need cork seeds, so bring some to Korok Forest if you find any. Okay. Thanks for bringing my maracas back. Once I see you off, I'm going back home to Korok Forest. Or did you want to talk a little more? Okay, first of all, where is that? Should be somewhere north of here. Grandpa told me if you get lost, follow the Hyrule River and continue north. That's what he said, and Grandpa's no liar. Who the hell are you, huh? Suppose I should tell you a little something about myself. My name is Hestu, most celebrated musician of Korok Forest. Well, how many musicians do you have in Korok Forest? Shalakalala. Although, they're making music in Wind Waker too, aren't they? The Koroks, I mean. Isn't there like a cool concert that you get at the very end with the Deku Tree even joining in? Once you've done the dungeon? Korok seeds? Come from the Korok children, and they're a little bit... Yeah, I don't want to know where they come from. Sorry, I blew up my voice singing, and he doesn't want to talk about it either. Alright, let's, you know... Bye-bye! Okay, so you can only get 2 expansions at the start, and then you actually need to find them in his forest, which I don't really remember where that was. I know the Lost Woods is somewhere up here, but that's not Korok Forest, I'm pretty sure. Or is it? I also don't remember, because this is a different river, right? That's Squabble River. That's the Hyrule River. And I think that pretty much continues here. Maybe it is, though? I don't know. I mean, I'll find it eventually. Does it keep track of that? Because that's just the quest that I completed. No, don't actually get a quest for it. Okay. Well, I mean, I will remember it probably, so... Also, 2 more weapon slots are already a pretty good upgrade. At least that way, both the torch and axe and the hammer... Well, the hammer... it's 3 slots, but still. Works out. I thought I remembered that you were getting attacked by that ninja clan on the way to Kakariko, but maybe that only happens later, or maybe it's this dude. Or lady?
Hey.
Lady? Brocker. Have you got some experience handling dangerous items like bombs? There's a ton of high-quality ore around here, and bombs can be used to mine it quickly. Plus, there'll be a cool explosion. Just don't set the bombs off near me, okay?
Ah.
Okay, so... Right. So it's not her, then. Because aren't there the dudes that also sell you bananas? That looks like a co-op. Yahaha! Bye-bye! Ooh, that's a frog. Should be able to grab him if I stealth. Right? Are you sure? Froggy, froggy. There we go. Hot-footed frog. A quick frog that can be found hopping around near water. Cook it with monster parts to draw out its speed boost effect. Well... I feel like I already have more than enough speed boost effects for now. But this is really what I enjoyed the most about Breath of the Wild back when I played it first. It's just this road. I don't know... Like, the amount of time it takes to travel from one place to the next just really feels like you're on a journey. It's sort of... It really hits the sweet spot between taking a little while so that it properly feels like you're going places, yet at the same time it's not too long to get boring or annoying, right? And then the music slowly comes in. I remember being really, really surprised when I saw the village for the first time, that it was as large as it is, right? And has all the buildings and stuff. I don't even remember why I wasn't really expecting that. I think it was like from the trailers and stuff. I just thought that, oh, these are the really expensive beetles, aren't they? I think I just must have thought that they would have mostly focused on like a really, really big open world that let you do whatever you wanted. So I was pleasantly surprised when I saw that your, I guess, typical Zelda villages were still a thing. Even though I do wish that you would be able to do a bit more in them. Because in terms of quests and stuff, they really don't give you too much in the villages. At least compared to something like, I don't know, when you think back in Wind Waker, the, what's the first, I want to say it's called Port Money, but that might have just been in a different language. But, well, anyways, the more important islands in Wind Waker, they have a ton of quests to do on them, right? I want to say that the Breath of the Wild villages don't really compare, but then again, there's a giant game around it too. Whereas Wind Waker just has ocean in between. This beetle's razor sharp horns demand that you handle it with care. Boil the horns alongside monster parts to concoct an elixir that will raise your attack power. That could have definitely used against the bokoblins earlier. But that's just a tree branch. What happened to you? Why? Ouch. Nana? Trav, I'm sorry, but I seem to have twisted my ankle. Let's see here. I'm sorry you had to see me like that. Your ankle's fine now? Say, traveler, where did you get that object hanging from your waist? Well, you see, I was actually asleep for like 100 years, and then I found this super special tablet thing that seems to be very, very high-level technology. And, you know, there was this ghost dude that taught me all this stuff and gave me a paraglider that, even though he was a ghost, is still an actual paraglider. Yeah, I see. That Sheikah slate is a symbol. It means you are the hero of legend. Oh, well, that explains things. Though you were a few, there are a few who know of such legends anymore. Well, we Sheikah have been waiting for you for a very long time. Oh. Wait, I thought only a couple of them were still Sheikah. I guess technically most or all of them are descended from them? Okay. Please, before all else, I must insist that you meet with our leader, Lady Impa. Well, that's what I'm here for. Where is she? Lady Impa's house is below Lantern Falls, just over there. The biggest, most luxurious place we have in the village. In any case, it was a real honor to meet you. I suppose you're used to that, having lived as long as you have. Well, I've slept for 100 years. I wouldn't necessarily call that living, but sure. The villagers really do always tank the frame rate, though. Holy hell. It doesn't actually feel too bad. I mean, I want to say that you get used to the performance of the game somewhat quickly, which is why I'm not too concerned about Tears of the Kingdom and its performance. I can live with that. Even though it is a bit unfortunate. Let's get this first. What are you doing here? Daddy, big sis, I'm waiting! Playing catch or something? It sure is convenient that, like, thousands of years ago, the Sheikah built these places right next to their villages so that we can now use them as teleport points to get to the places where we want to go to. Very, very quickly and conveniently. Then again, actually you can probably explain that by saying that, you know, villages would typically be built around... it's one of these things. They were always really fun too. But yeah, you could explain by saying that villages are typically sort of built around places that will facilitate life, right? So it's either rivers or very fertile land. So I think it's feasible to say that maybe the Sheikah had already built villages sort of in roughly the same spaces, and that's why the shrines are there. I didn't remember there being two chests here. Shield of the Mind's Eye. That looks awesome. A small Sheikah-made shield. Its design is intended to decrease blind spots without sacrificing too much defense. I don't think that has any practical value though, right? That's just a sort of a lore description of its design. Was just thinking if maybe it would like widen your parry window or something. Eightfold Blade, a single-edged sword traditional to the Sheikah tribe, forged using ancient technology. It just may be among the sharpest conventional weapons ever made. I think this is actually a fairly unique weapon, I want to say. Pretty sure you can get more of them maybe in the combat shrines, but for the most part, this might be fairly difficult to obtain. Let's use up the smaller weapons first, though. I love these guys. They're really, really cool. Use a side hop to avoid enemy attacks. This will create an opening that you can use to strike back. Side hop. Yeah, I know about that. I don't remember. Okay, yeah, this way. I wonder if I can... Isn't he doing... I guess not? I thought he could also do the laser beam. So I thought that I could direct it back towards him. Oop. Not fast enough. Do it again. Oh, he actually does it really fast, so you need to... Yeah, there we go. Sort of need to preemptively jump when he raises his sword. Do a backflip to avoid enemy attacks and create an opening to strike back. Ah, that was the thing too, wasn't it? I forgot about... So I knew about the back jump, but I think you can actually do some sort of special attack. Yeah, he might just... I think this is actually designed as an additional sort of combat tutorial, right? And that's why he doesn't do it right away, yeah. Yeah, let's use up the small ones first. Oh, wait, it wants me to... Yeah, right. So when they do, like, swipes... then you do the jump back, and it still triggers a flurry rush. You can repel an attack if you parry with the shield at just the right time, strike back. Ah, yeah. Now it's actually... Okay. Never mind. Oh, wait. I forgot about you being able to do that with normal attacks, too. It's really, really awesome. Build up your power and then release it to unleash a charge attack. Catch your enemies in this motion to damage them. Oh, should maybe equip a weapon first. Let's do it with the spear. I think that's fun. Boom! Link's still going full on in, even though the thing's already dead. You've done well to learn these crucial skills. Now proceed. I completely forgot that they're giving you like an advanced combat tutorial the first time you enter the Kakariko village. Strength trial thingy. That's awesome. Guardian Sword. A sword often wielded by Guardian Scouts. Its blue energy blade is a product of ancient technology. It's not very durable, but very, very strong. Awesome. Yeah, I also forgot about you being able to pretty much parry, I want to say, almost every attack? It's not only useful for the laser beams. Obviously, it's most useful there because the big walking around spider Sheikah things have a ton of health. And I think the strength combat ones, they come in 3 different variants, right? There is a minor test of strength, like... Was there a middle one? I think so. And then a major one. And they also have quite a bit of health. Although in the master mode, these techniques are actually probably more valuable since then they would also replenish HP if you're not attacking them. So you kind of want to do that too, whenever you can. I do have to say though, while I very much enjoy the Flurry Rush and like the way it looks, it is somewhat strange in how it works. I don't know if it's because they didn't really test it properly, or maybe they... I really don't know why they set it up like that, but... I mean, you could have noticed earlier when he was going for his swipe, the swipe hadn't even started, and I was jumping back. So in theory, if he had gone through with his swipe and it hadn't triggered my Flurry Rush, he still would have hit me. Right? So technically my timing was completely wrong, and yet it still triggers the Flurry Rush. And I do distinctly remember that being a thing and something I was somewhat confused by at first, and later on just kind of, well, took it as that's for some reason how they decided to design it. And I don't really know why. Because Because pretty much with most enemies in the game, you want to jump really, really early on, and it will trigger the Flurry Rush. Even though at that point, technically your enemy's attack hasn't even done anything yet, and it sometimes just looks really, really awkward with your enemy pretty much just not even really having started their animation yet, and you're still already in Flurry Rush. And at the point where you'd usually expect it to work at, right? Very, very close to being hit and then just narrowly evading and then getting the Flurry Rush, that doesn't actually work. In those cases, you are just getting hit and your reaction pretty much is too late. So it's a bit awkward in its design, especially when you compare it to much tighter combat systems like FromSoft's. It just doesn't work as well. It's not a big deal though, because at the end of the day, it's mostly fun and it's not overly challenging, but yeah, very, very fun in its design. Let's actually go to Impa first. I was thinking about maybe going to the shop first, but I don't have that much money. Olkin's Pumpkins, open 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Oh, it's midday, so can we buy some pumpkins then? Oh? Ah, it's rare to see a young lad like you in a village like this. You aren't part of the Yiga clan, are you? Oh, those are the guys. Yeah, see, that's who I was expecting to cut me off on the road to Kakariko. The Yiga clan, honestly, the Yiga clan is probably they have my favorite enemy types in the game. They have awesome weapons that drop from them. They were always really, really fun to fight, albeit a bit easy, you know, as the game goes on, it gets fairly easy to deal with them. Still very fun though, and they're actually the only enemy that has like a base you need to get through, and there are even some sneaking sections in it. I thought it was a really, really cool and well-designed sort of enemy faction, but it also shows how the Bokoblins and most of their camps are a bit on the boring side as the game goes on, right? I'm just pulling your leg. You looked so serious, I couldn't help but goat you a bit. Like, you realize that I have like a big stick on my back, right? What if I had just counterattacked? Recall those who swear allegiance to Calamity Ganon and the Yiga clan. Well, let's just say they don't take kindly to those who would stand against Ganon. It seems they're active again ever since that big earthquake the other day. But don't worry, I don't think you're part of that awful Yiga clan. I can figure that much out just by looking at you. Wait, so is he telling me that the people from the Yiga clan sort of stayed underground, or well, I guess they're kind of undercover agents maybe? So they waited for Link to wake up and they somehow knew that that earthquake, or I guess not necessarily Link waking up, but the towers rising and everything, right? That would mean that they needed to look for the hero of legend and prevent them from reaching the castle. I'm just sort of wondering, I guess they were all in their hideout for like 100 years, just waiting for the day the towers would rise again. Please don't hold it against me. Here, take this in exchange. Fortified pumpkin. An extremely tough pumpkin raised in village fields. When cooked, that toughness manifests itself by considerably upping defense. Ooh, yeah, that might come in handy. Fortified pumpkins are Kakariko Village's speciality. I put my heart and soul into every one of them. They're delicious. If you want more, I can give you some. Just stop by the fields and say hello. Cool. Very nice, dude. Yeah, new clothes, cute outfits. Enchanted is open for business every day of the year. Oh my, look at that face. You are totally my type. Hi. Okay, lady. Is that a sales tactic, or are you actually, telling the truth? Oh boy, Link's flattered. Ooh, and you even have a Sheikah slate on your hip. Wait. Huh? A Sheikah slate? Isn't that like an incredible thing that only incredible people can have? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Suddenly your sales tactic really turned into affection, huh? I'm not sure what this all means, mister, but it seems you're a great deal more important than you appear. Mm-hmm. I have money too. Well, actually I don't, so... Enchanted. This is a really cool name for a store, though. Honestly, that was another thing that I was really, really... not only surprised by, but that I liked a lot. The design of the stores in this game. Actually pretty incredible. I just like how they present everything to you, and you can just walk up to it and look at it. That's so awesome. So much cooler than stores typically have been in Zelda. Hylian trousers. Well, we do have these already. The Hylian tunic. A common garb that achieved widespread popularity in Hyrule, particularly among travelers. Its light yet sturdy fabric doesn't limit movement. I'm still wearing the thing that lets you get into cold climates. I love this hood. The Hylian hood. Woven using traditional Hyrulean methods. It's made from a sturdy material to protect travelers from the harsh sun and weather. Because it looks really awesome. I'm not the biggest fan of the bandana look on Link. But the problem is the bandana has the added benefit of climbing faster, right? So you kind of... You want to go with the bandana, and obviously it's annoying to constantly switch clothes back and forth. Ooh. Welcome to Enchanted, my high-end boutique. By the by, that stealth chest guard over there is highly recommended. While you wear it, your footsteps are nearly soundless, so it's perfect for hunting and stuff. No, but it offers very little defense. Small price for the extra stealth. Stealth tights. Stealth up. Members of the Sheikah tribe wear these sides when they need to move stealthily. They're made from noise-suppressing cloth, a hallmark of ancient Sheikah technology. Man. Imagine if that was a thing. I mean, sure, you can design clothes so that they make less noise. Noise-suppressing cloth, though? Some serious technology. Oh, 6... Whoa, this is expensive. 700? Actually, was there a limit to the amount of rupees that you can have? Pretty sure the game didn't have any fairies that increase the amount of rupees you can carry around. Which honestly, yeah, it's another one of those things where it felt like it still would have been cool to have like upgrades to your backs and stuff. I think they didn't really do it that way because they were afraid that maybe players just wouldn't be able to find, or they, I don't know, just didn't really go through those areas of the world that contained those upgrades. Because in the past, the Zelda games were a lot more linear, so I guess they could kind of guide you towards those places more. But then again, they could have added quests and so on, right? I feel like the game still guides you really, really well towards Kakariko Village, and like there's an actual path to get here, and it all feels very Zelda, honestly, even though it is a big open world and you could, in theory, just go any way you want. But yeah, I don't think there is a rupee limit. Well, there certainly is a limit, but not a very low one. I really would like to buy the hood, though. What does this say? Rumor Mill, Volume 1. Why is this lying here? Who loves gossip more than a solid 3 meals a day? Tracy, of course, and anyone else reading this, I'm sure. Today's top gossip spot is the Lover's Pond. Ah, right, that's the small lake that looks like a heart from above, right? So is this like some sort of magazine that comes out regularly that the people of the village are reading? Legend says that those who find this pond are sure to also find their true love. Sounds worthwhile to me. Tracy's recommendation, 5 stars. Well, then we have to go there, don't we? Actually, I think, if my memory serves me right, that lake must have been somewhere down here. Because there's like a... Is it here or is it here? Sort of southeast of the Great Plateau. I think that's the sort of jungle region that the game has. I think it was close to there somewhere. I might be wrong. Maybe that was a different lake. Everything here is part of the specially curated Clary collection. Please take your time looking around. What's the Clary collection? As in a high-end collection curated by me, Clary. But of course, I've personally selected each and every item in here using my flawless fashion sense. It's all highly recommended. Each item has its own unique features and abilities, so take a good look. Do you need something else? Go on, ask me anything. Oh, or I could buy the hood if I wanted to, right? Do I want to, though? Oh, this is only 30 if I sell it? Wait, wasn't... The guy that had it sold it for like 150. Oh, he was really gonna screw us over. Okay, let's sell these again. I mean, this stuff I eventually need, right? So I don't want to sell too many of them in case I'm missing out on something. Being stuck in this tiny town, I get pretty excited about stuff from the outside. I'm always happy to take a look at what you've collected, so come back if you ever want to sell anything. I mean, honestly, for a small village, it's a really, really cool one. I wouldn't mind living here. Let's buy the hood. So that'll be 60 rupees. A real steal, isn't it? Well, I don't know about that. Although, well, it kind of is, right? Didn't I pay 60 rupees for my steak? Well, I guess there are steaks, like most steaks are more expensive than t-shirts, right? So, that's not too far off then. Although the hood looks like something that would be a bit more expensive typically, so it's a good price. I'll take it. Take good care of it. I will. Yeah. Man, it looks so cool. Doesn't really fit my outfit, I want to say. Now that I'm thinking about it, guess I would have to equip this. Yeah, that looks a bit plain. Ooh, I could just barely afford this. Can I sell something else? At least a little bit. Yeah, I guess these screws are pretty easy to find, aren't they? So you need a ton of the ancient stuff later on in, I think it was in Hateno, right? Where the scientists are that we already heard about. And you need to give them a bunch of these materials. And you can exchange it later on for a really, really cool ancient set as well. Let's sell these again. Do I still need the monster parts? I guess I have the wings and things, right? I don't necessarily need to keep the bokoblin stuff. Yeah, let's sell these. I just don't want to run around without any money whatsoever. In case I want to, like, register another horse or something. Right. I don't remember if you can... There might be a way to get these clothes for free somewhere. But I don't remember where that would have been. Let's get Link some fashion. And make him look cool. There we go. That's an awesome look. Oh yeah, I need to keep these on though. Wait, this... I actually got 2 more defense doing this, right? Yeah. The defense values in the game are another one of those odd decisions. Technically, I like them a lot because they're very low values. I'm never really a fan of games that just have high values for no obvious reason whatsoever, right? So they just, you have like 10,000 HP and your attacks deal 500 damage. Well, why is it not 100 HP and 5 damage, right? So I'm actually a big fan of Breath of the Wild having these fairly low values on your defense and stuff. The odd thing is, though, that they purely work on a subtraction basis, right? So if your enemy does 20 damage, for example, it just subtracts your armor value from that damage. Problem being that that can just feel very weird, because sometimes, for example, weapons that your enemies use are not that easy to discern from one another, and you never quite know what kind of strength they have. So you might run into the exact same enemy, but with two different weapons equipped. And so one of them, let's say, deals 20 damage, and you have armor that equals 20. So it will only take away a quarter of a heart, because that's like the minimum amount of damage they'll always deal. And then maybe the next guy will have a weapon equipped that has, for example, 30 attack strength, right? And at that point, that would mean that that particular attack actually deals 10 damage, even though it's the exact same enemy, which is like a really, really odd choice that they have gone with here. Also, give me a second though. I'll be right back. Great. Just had to quickly talk about what I'm doing for my lunch break. Or rather, for lunch. I don't think I'm going to take a break today because I actually need to tend to some stuff later on, unfortunately. So I won't be going on for too much longer. But yeah, where was I? Right, the damage value. So it's a little bit weird in that sense, right? We can suddenly have like big spikes in what damage enemies deal, simply based on like what kind of weapons they have. It can feel somewhat random at times, especially if you're running around with not that many hearts yet. Some enemies will just straight up one-shot you, and others won't deal or will barely deal damage. So it's one of those odd choices where I both very much enjoy that they went with very low values on most of the stuff, and it's pretty easy to understand how the system works in general. It just means that just by its nature in terms of how it's designed, it will sometimes mean that enemies will, you know, strike for very surprising attack values, I guess. And I don't know if it would have been a better choice to, especially later on during the game, maybe go with a bit more of a little bit more complicated system in terms of how they calculate damage. Because once you find the strongest armor in the game, pretty much every single enemy will just straight up deal only a quarter of a heart of damage to you, which equally feels weird. And the same thing is true the other way around, I think, in terms of your damage towards enemies, although they typically don't have armor on. But it's still, like, it equals to some very weird situations. So it's, I guess it's a win and a loss, like, Do enjoy it a lot more than games that just have very arbitrary values for most of it, for no apparent reason. Anyways, what does Buggett want to do? I hear tell of a strange fountain about halfway up the side of the mountain by this village. If you're looking for adventure, go seek it out. And why not bring some food for the trip, just to cover your bed? Oh, I completely forgot about that. Wait, there is one of the fairies already in Kakariko, isn't there? Selling a few things I've picked up in my travels. Doesn't cost a look. Sure, I don't have any money left, though. Finest stuff. Oh, wait, never mind. He was the guy with the critter. Oh, well. He didn't tell me about the fountain before, though. Pretty sure that's just behind the shrine of, like, the test of strength. Yeah, I want to say that the fairy fountain is... It might be here, honestly, yeah. Hello, what are you doing? Huh? Are you... Sorry to bother you, but are you a fellow traveler? As for me, I just love art. In fact, I'm traveling the world in search of beautiful landscapes. Just between you and me, I hear there is a great fairy fountain somewhere near this village. Yeah, we just heard about that. Oh, he's really... Look at his eyes! What is going on with him? Yeah, there's a great fairy fountain. Here it's breathtakingly beautiful. Aesthetics aside, they also say the place can bestow some kind of mysterious power on people. However, since I'm an outsider, I can't get anyone to tell me any more details than that. These villagers never leave the safety of their village, so travelers like me are treated with suspicion. But I won't give up. Oh, and if I manage to find out anything, I'll be sure to let you know. What I'm equally curious about, though, is how are these things going to be handled in Tears of the Kingdom, right? Do these villages still exist? Did they just change? Will they still have all their stores? Is there going to be... What's with those two guys? Are they afraid that I'm just going to charge at them? Relax a little bit. Like, I'm not going to hurt you. I wanted to go here first, actually. Okay, so I originally said that I wanted to go for the first full stamina upgrade wheel thingy first. But I think 3 hearts is just a little bit too small in terms of health. It's not that much. So I think I'm actually going to go for 1 more heart. Maybe 1 or 2. I don't want to have too many, though, because I do enjoy the idea of, you know, being challenged a little bit more through a lot of damage that is going out. In that sense, at least, I will have an actual use for the, like, defensive elixirs and stuff, right? I do want to have a 4th one, though. Let's go with the 4th heart. But then mostly go for stamina next. Honestly, I hadn't even anticipated to already be able to get another one. For some reason I didn't think that there were so many shrines on the way to Kakariko. Or I guess it's because you're doing this, like, turnaround thing behind the mountains, right? Yeah, because the main thing that they focused on are the Sky Islands, right? That's what they focused on in most of their promotional stuff so far, which obviously makes sense because it's a big new addition, seemingly. But, I mean, in theory, all the rest of the world is still there, too. And I don't really see any reason why... I mean, sure, it can change, but most places like this, most smaller cities, they should still all exist. Maybe even have expanded or in other ways just evolved a little bit. But then in terms of clothes too, I wonder if they actually increase the pool of clothing you can get by a vast amount, or if it's roughly going to be the same. Is it going to be the same clothes too, or are there going to be different ones, really cool new sets that you can equip? I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some new stuff, obviously, right? There has to be, but I'm dying to know if it's just going to be like incremental upgrades in a lot of cases, or if there will be some fundamental change. Maybe there's going to be a way to even combine clothes, or maybe there's going to be different upgrade systems. Because even this game does have an upgrade system for the clothes, so... Bye-bye. Right. Let's actually go here. You there! Who are you? How dare you trespass upon Lady Impossible? Huh? They're so aggressive looking, like right away. Is that Sheikah Slate? That would mean you are. No. It's not possible. Can it be? Honestly, interesting that they still... I mean, yeah, sure, they would obviously give that knowledge to their descendants, but... I don't know. I mean, imagine the whole thing being 100 years ago. They really must have focused on educating their children on Link's and Zelda's legend, right? Please forgive us for behaving so rudely. Of course, we have heard the legends from Lady Impa herself. Please, friend, go ahead and step inside. Although, I guess I forgot about Impa. She's over 100 here, right? I'm pretty sure. Like, the idea is that she was already around back at that time. Though it was simple ignorance, I must apologize again for my actions. Lately, the Yiga clan has been stirring up trouble. We're all on high alert still. There's no excuse for my behavior. Yeah, what the hell are those dudes? We of the Sheikah tribe have long been heralded as a people of great wisdom. Our technology became the key to sealing Ganon away during the Great Calamity some 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years. At one point, our technology was praised as the power of the gods, but eventually the people turned on us. Our creations came to be viewed as a threat to the kingdom. Sheikah became outcasts, forced into exile. Some, like us, chose to cast off our technological advances and strove to live normal lives. Others fostered a hatred towards the kingdom that shunned them. These sad souls swore their allegiance to Ganon. They now call themselves the Yiga clan. Their sole mission is to eliminate all who stand against Ganon. Please, dear hero, be careful out there.
Yeah.
Lady Impa has been waiting on you for a long time. There's much I would like to tell you as well, but first, please hurry and see what Lady Impa has to say. Right. So, I'm on board with the whole, okay, it's been 100 years since Link was sleeping, and it's been 100 years since Zelda is fighting against Ganon. Locking himself, or locking herself and Ganon together with her in the castle, right? Okay, 100 years ago makes sense. 10,000 years ago? That's a bit of a stretch. I feel like it would have made more sense if they had gone with, I don't know, 500, maybe 1,000. But 10,000 feels kind of ridiculous to me, because at that point, I'm pretty sure nobody would really know about that technology anymore. I mean, even we today, who have a lot of technology to, you know, look into the past and into history and excavate old civilizations, even we have trouble understanding a lot of what they did back then, right? I mean, think about how difficult it is to understand how the pyramids were built, what they were even built for, how they were able to build them with those sort of, you know, mathematical alignments, and like how they were able to already know so much about the night sky and about stars and their movement. And like, imagine adding on like double that time. Is, I mean, sure, you can find that stuff, you can know that it existed. Yeah, I just think it's a bit too much of a stretch. It feels the whole thing. It feels like the whole thing is a bit too much legend and not enough real behind it. I don't know. I guess if they actually had made it so that it was more of a, oh yeah, we don't actually know that much about them. We just know that they existed. We're not quite sure what they were, like why they existed or what they were doing. It is pretty incredible what we know about humans like 30,000 years ago. Actually, it's not been that long since I was because, I mean, it's not exactly close, but it's also not that far away from me. There is like a big excavation site that is looking at ancient Neanderthals, right? So they lived about 30,000 years ago. And what they essentially found is the oldest, or one of the oldest sort of weapons on record that we found, or the best. I don't know if it's necessarily the oldest, but certainly the best recovered ones. So there's still like actual spears that you can look at, and they look like a spear would look today, right? That if you took like a very sturdy tree branch and sort of carved it into a spear, and it's just incredible like how long ago that was, and that you can just go there and look at it and see, okay, that's what they were hunting with back then. And yeah, that was pretty insane to see. They built like a whole museum around it that you can go to now, but it's very, very interesting. But obviously we, like, as much as we know about that, I mean, they were also a pretty simple civilization, right? But imagine uncovering technology like the Sheikah from 10,000 years ago. I feel like it's more so that the game kind of, the way it's portrayed, you feel like it's more something that would have maybe existed, 500 years ago or something. Not that long. Considering that also their technology clearly isn't really advanced as ours today in real life, so they would have had a hard time, uncovering all of that. Although it's cool that it's part of the game, it's just, I really, really wish they would have gone with less than 10,000 years. Just feels a bit unrealistic, is all. I remember her. She's totally startled that a man would have the audacity to walk up to this house. Huh, is that? It's Sheikah Slate. Could you be the hero my grandmother told me about? What was his name? Well, it's not that I forgot. It's just bad. I'm just bad with speaking. As for me, my name is Pi. Oh, my name is Pi. Phew, I got it out. I know I should be able to say that easily, seeing as how it's my own name and all. I'm so sorry. Anyway, my grandmother's been awaiting your return ever since I was little. Please hurry inside. Oh boy. She's the shy one around, right? It's a bit fucked up that you can... Because there's... If you walk up to her with Link being pretty much naked without any clothes on, like she will have, I think, an additional voice line. Or not voice line, but dialogue line. It's a bit, yeah, you can really lean into that. Ah! Master Link, you're very close to me right now. My grandmother is waiting for you at her abode. Please hurry to her. Yeah. Let's not pressure her anymore. Oh, girl.
So, you're finally
The naughty.
awake.
Well, I haven't done that myself. I want to have that on record, right? I
It
just
has
saw a
been
clip of
quite
that.
a long time, Link. I am much older now, but you remember me, don't you?
She actually has a very young voice, doesn't she? I just realized. I don't think that was really...
Ah,
Of course not. Yeah, she's really cute. But you can be pretty mean to her, I guess. You are looking at me as though I am a stranger to you. Those eyes, they lack the light of familiarity. Right. It is I, courageous one, Impa. Surely you must at least remember the name Impa. So I guess they're always giving that to... Like, Impa must be some sort of fairly important name for the Sheikah, right? Because, I mean, clearly she's not the same Impa that existed back in Ocarina of Time. Which technically would be 10,000 years ago then, right? I see. So you've lost your memory. Well, it matters not. In fact, that may actually be a blessing in disguise for the time being. Dearest Link, please come a bit closer. Oh, she is very old, though. Yeah, as a kid, that was definitely a thing, right? Not only on game characters, but also on, anime characters or people from movies, I guess. 100 years ago.
oh,
Yes. 100 years ago, the kingdom of Hyrule was destroyed. After you fell, Princess Zelda's final wish was to place you in a sacred slumber. And then, all alone she went to face Ganon. I feel like those chains on her head must be pretty annoying. Like, imagine having a hat that is pretty much as big as you are, and then it has, like, chains hanging off that move constantly whenever you turn your head. Although maybe that's I wonder if you could, like, train yourself to hold your head, like, perfectly straight by wearing a hat like that. Before Princess Zelda went to nobly meet her fate, she entrusted me with some words she wished to say to you. I've been waiting 100 years to deliver the princess's message. However, these words which the princess risked her life to leave you, well, if you are to hear them, you must be prepared to risk your life as well. Haven't we already kind of done that? But I'm afraid that burden may be too much to bear while you are still without your memories. I leave the choice to you. When you feel you're ready to receive the princess's message, return to me. Yeah? That's why I'm here. Containing her strength? Is she like Master Roshi? Gonna pull off some Kamehameha type stuff when she is not wearing her hat? Journal of Various Worries. Right. Why can't you start with the last page? Well, my wife left me today. Oh. Oh, this is like people can come to her and like, I don't know, ask for wisdom, I guess? Last thing she said to me was, what's more important, the cuckoos or me? I choose the cuckoos. The bowmast. Yeah. A painter unfamiliar to any of us has arrived in the village. He claims he's searching for the Great Fairy's Fountain, but that's near where the village's spirit protector resides. We must make sure the outsider doesn't learn of the location of the fountain, or the 2 shrines near it. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't write that down in a book if you don't want them to read this. If anyone can come here and read through the book. Well, maybe not anyone can come here. I guess we made it through the, like, bodyguards down at the door, or down at the stairs, because we're Link. Maybe. The new guy in town looks like he really knows how to tune a bow. I hope he comes by and knocks an arrow for me. It's been way too long. Lonely arrow girl. Wait, there we go. You can find a new wife then. Day in, day out, I'm outside barking people into the shop. I don't mind, really. It's good money, and busying myself helps to numb the pain. But the only thing that really helps me feel better is walking among the fireflies. Unfortunately, we've now been asked to not walk around at night because it's dangerous. I don't know how I can cope without the fireflies. Struggling shop girl. Wait, who's writing down the names of these people? Is that Impa just going over and... Oh, I need to remember this. So this was the struggling shop girl, if I want to help her. Or was that somebody else? There is a precious heirloom that has been passed down through my family for generations. Recently, I've begun to hear voices telling me that the heirloom has an important destiny. It's going to happen soon. Makes me nervous, but I can feel it in my bones. Papaya. Oh. Yeah. That wouldn't possibly be about us arriving here. What kind of heirloom is she talking about? Is it this thing? Actually, I don't remember. Oh! Wait, I do remember. Isn't she eventually giving you this thing? And you can use it to activate something? I don't remember what it was, though. That Sheikah heirloom has been guarded by our tribe for generations. I must request that you not touch it. Even for an esteemed guest such as yourself, there are certain rules that must be respected. Okay. I don't remember when she allows you to get it, though. Euphemism? I don't know. Thought it was a kid's game, and here they are talking about knocking arrows. Yeah, oh, that euphemism. Yeah, okay. I think, Well, it's one of those beautiful things where it can mean 2 different things, right? One for kids and one for the adults playing the game. Almost like the really good Disney movies. They always did that too. Cigarette lighter from a car? Wait. The ball? You mean the top of it? The words that the princess risked her life to impart to you, I cannot pass them on to someone who lacks conviction. The top, yeah, true. It's like, yeah, the rings. I hadn't thought about that at all. I mean, they had good technology, and it's even powering stuff, right? So it's, although it's a bit like a reverse cigarette lighter in that case, because it's like more of like a battery that you can place in certain places to activate stuff. The words that the princess risked her life to impart to you, I cannot pass them on to someone who lacks conviction. Are you prepared to risk your life for the greater good? I mean, ooh, I want to have cool weapons and stuff, and yeah, sounds pretty good. Ha! Not a memory to your name, yet you are as intent as ever to charge forward with only courage and justice on your side. You have not changed a bit. Once a hero, always a hero. Like, if I had said no, I guess we just had to go to her again. She probably would have said something along the lines of, hey, okay, I'm gonna wait until you do then. I mean, what other choice does she have, really? There is no other Link that can suddenly... Well, at least I don't think so. Very well. Since you have lost your memory, I will recount for you all that has happened. And now we're getting the big plot dump. That is honestly really interesting.
The history of the royal family of Hyrule is also the history of Calamity Ganon, a primal evil that has endured over the ages. This evil has been turned back time and time again by a warrior wielding the soul of a hero and a princess who carries the blood of the goddess.
Which is the Triforce, right? I mean, that's kind of what gives them the power to do this.
With the passage of time, each conflict with Ganon faded into legend. So listen closely as I tell you of this legend that occurred 10,000 years ago.
Although maybe the years are also more part of the legend, right? Maybe it wasn't
Hyrule
exactly
was then
10,000.
blossoming as a highly advanced civilization.
They just think that
Even
it was.
the most powerful monsters posed little threat to the denizens of the realm. The people thought it wise to utilize their technological prowess to ensure the safety of the land should Calamity Ganon ever return.
Build all those giant towers.
They constructed 4 mechanical wonders that came to be known as the Divine Beasts. They also built a legion of autonomous weapons called Guardians. The Divine Beasts were piloted by 4 individuals of exceptional skill from across the land.
Well, yeah, it could be a lot of reincarnations, that's true. It's just, I feel like it's a bit unrealistic in terms of the rest of the civilization would have still progressed more, I think, in 10,000 years. If they already had that technology back then, I don't know.
The princess and the hero fought alongside these 4 champions against this ancient evil.
Unless, I mean, it also kind of implies that maybe some things happened in between too, right? That Ganon came back a couple more times, but maybe that's just not really been... Like, it's still kind of the same story either way. Oh, the music.
And when the hero wielding the sword that seals the darkness delivered his final blow, the princess used her sacred power to seal away Calamity Ganon.
Makes me wish the music would stick around for a little bit longer. Or get a little bit more pronounced even.
Yeah.
and then suddenly no voice acting anymore. But yeah, I think I just I wish they wouldn't have put it, oh yeah, it's been 10,000 years, but rather it's been a long time, or make it a little bit more mysterious and not as clear cut maybe. Feels like they know a little bit too much about it, considering that it's been 10,000 years. Also, well, all of the Legend of Zelda titles, they're kind of supposed to be that, right? Legends from some unknown time ago, potentially. So putting it in a way where maybe it's... I mean, people are still speculating where exactly Breath of the Wild fits into the timeline, right? I've heard people say that maybe it's a case of... I don't know, not exactly time loops, but a couple of the games sort of happened in between, so it's not been 10,000 years since anything happened, but it's been 10,000 years since maybe the first thing happened, which I think is Skyward Sword, right? That's sort of the beginning of the whole thing. And that's maybe just over time the Sheikah added on their technology, and it's not exactly, hey, okay, 10,000 years ago, exactly this happened, and then nothing for 10,000 years, but maybe 10,000 years ago it started, and that was the first Ganon Link appearing, and then over time, other things happened. It's difficult to interpret, though. 100 years ago, in preparation for the foretold revival of Ganon, we strove to follow the lead of our ancestors of 10,000 years prior. Yeah, the whole timeline of all the other Zelda games is really, really interesting. There was a super good video about that back on GameTrailers.com, I think was the site. Does that still exist? I'm not entirely sure. Jeff Keighley used to work at that site, right? They had an awesome 40-minute video that was really, really well made going into the Zelda timeline. But of course, now on YouTube, there's a billion other videos that explain the same thing very well too. It's just that I think at this point, Nintendo hasn't really confirmed how Breath of the Wild fits into all of it. And I think, especially when Breath of the Wild released first, it kind of shares similarities between all three timelines, which made it very difficult to place, because clearly it's after the events of most of the other games, yet at the same time it seems like it's almost combining all three timelines again, even though at that point we thought that wasn't really possible. I just wish they had maybe done a little bit more, played a little bit more with that sort of setup, instead of this very ominous sort of wide, all-encompassing, hey, 10,000 years ago something, and we're not going to really tell you much more kind of deal. 10 million years ago, yeah. I could have done a lot more with the story, I feel like. The bits that are here are really good, but it's lacking a lot as well. But in the end, despite our best efforts and careful planning, we underestimated his power. In order to avoid ever making that grave mistake again, the princess left you these words. Free the 4 divine beasts! That is what she said. I love how she's always, in your face. Link! You must do this. 4 divine beasts. Oh, I've seen one flying about. The 4 divine beasts are the ancient Sheikah weapons wielded by the 4 champions who Ganon defeated. The divine beast Var Rudania, controlled by Daruk of the Gourds. The divine beast Var Medo, controlled by Revali of the Rito. The divine beast Var Ruta, controlled by Mipha of the Zora. Mipha's the one everybody's got a crush on, right? Like the cute Zora girl? Was that her? I don't really remember. There was some questionable fan art though. And the divine beast Var Naboris, controlled by Urbosa of the Gerudo. It would be extremely ill-advised to face Ganon without the power of the divine beasts to help you. We must infiltrate the divine beasts that were stolen away by Ganon 100 years ago and bring them back to our side. Oh, right, that's a really, really super important thing for the sequel, though, right? Because one thing that this game doesn't really go into is how Ganon even steals those things. So we just see, I guess, Ganon's energy or something being released and sort of getting sucked into all of these, well, the divine beasts, but also all the smaller ones, which is why they're now attacking us, even though originally they were designed as a means to defeat Ganon. And, well, judging by the trailers and seeing a couple of energy flowing things and stuff, hopefully Tears of the Kingdom will go more into that and actually explain more about how this technology worked and what Ganon did in order to even be able to take it over. Because I don't think Breath of the Wild goes much into that at all. It just kind of says, hey, Ganon did that, he's very powerful, but why, we don't really know. So really, really hope that Tears of the Kingdom is just, well, expand on the story by a lot, hopefully. Rule 34 and such. Yeah, that's her for sure. More information about these divine beasts can be found by locating the 4 races scattered across Hyrule. And we also get a actual locations for all of these. The Sheikah Slate will guide you on your way. You must go where it tells you and meet with each leader there. How is the Sheikah Slate doing this, by the way? Okay, well, I guess they were already at the same spots 100 years ago, right? And that's when the technology was activated by Zelda and the king. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Because if it was 10,000 years ago, it wouldn't really make any sense that the location would still be the same. But 100 years, I guess, works. Free the divine beasts. New objective. Seems to me that your Sheikah Slate is not yet complete. The device Princess Zelda left you is your guide and also your memory. Now let's see. Someone at the research lab in Hateno Village might be able to help you. We've already heard about the village. She's going to point that out as well. I should probably head there next, right? The location shining on the eastern edge is Hateno Village. It is a small village, one of the very few places that avoided suffering significant damage during the Great Calamity. Locked mementos. You are Princess Zelda's only hope, and Hyrule's as well. Cannot turn back now. Follow your heart and seize your destiny. With the ice again. Seize your destiny, Link. Nice. Okay, well. Main quest continues. Seek out Impa. Impa, the chief of Kakariko village, relayed the tale of what happened 100 years ago, as well as the mission entrusted to you by Princess Zelda to free the 4 divine beasts. But first, it seems that your Sheikah Slate is incomplete. Having it fixed at the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab in Hateno Village may provide more clues to your mission. Isn't that where you get the camera? Is that where she's saying incomplete? Oh, you need a camera, Link, to take selfies. That's very important. I'm definitely going to stream Tears of the Kingdom, yes. I mean, that's why I bought the OLED Switch. Because on my light, I wouldn't be able to do that. I guess it would be better to enjoy it on my own. That's true. I still want to stream it, though. I don't know. I'm just very excited for it to finally be here. And I don't know. I enjoy going through it this way. I don't know. Okay, destroy Ganon we already had, right? So free the divine beasts. There are 4 divine beasts. I think I really, really want to go for the bird first, because that gives you the wind boost thingy, right? That you can use 3 times. But I definitely want to go to Hateno as well. Director at the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab in Hateno Village may know a way to restore the Sheikah Slate's missing components. Yeah. So Hateno is a good next location and destination to go to. Also, that gives you access to the house, right? That you can build up. Don't remember what you had to do for it, though. It might just be very expensive. I don't know. Huh? Is something wrong? Do not tell me the steel has slipped from your spine. I realize you have just awoken. I'm not suggesting that you must defeat Calamity Ganon right this moment. For now, you should focus on getting that broken Sheikah slate fixed. Hurry to the research lab in Hateno Village. Okay. Okay, and you can just get that information again. Honestly, I remember the cutscene being a lot longer. I don't know why. Princess Zelda is fighting Calamity Ganon all alone. You're the only one who can save her, the only one who can save Hyrule. Now go, you must. Oh, because of the distraction, yeah, but... Well, honestly, I'm not playing games much differently than I would be without streaming. So, which is why I always thought... Well, I mean, when I was playing games without streaming, or when I'm doing that, I still do that sometimes, like, I would still stand here probably for like an hour and just sit here and think, wait a second, so 10,000 years, that means that could have existed. Okay, so how could this history be? But then this would be, and okay, so the Divine Beast would have done this then, and that means that I need to go there next, and okay, this is what I want to do. So it would pretty much be very similar. Oh, gotta head out. Yeah, have a great rest of your day. Thanks for chatting as always. Oh yeah, that is one thing that I'm not so... Yeah. If I haven't... I mean, I did it with this cutscene, I guess, but I've already seen this, so it's not a big deal. But I really don't like that either. Like, if there's a cutscene, if there's important information relayed to you, then better pay attention. Oh god, I really don't like that. And then, especially if somebody is like getting super distracted and the game is telling them, hey, by the way, press B in order to access this or that. And they're talking about something completely unrelated and just miss that. And like 20 hours later, they go like, oh, wait, I've never known about that feature. The game's never told me. Oh, shit. Oops. I probably should have asked her if I could come up to her room, right? Sorry about that. Please don't frighten me like that. You need something from me this hour? What's on your face? Okay, that seems really rude. What you doing? I'm just jotting down some thoughts. Just my boring daily affairs and such. Really? That's all it is. Oh boy. I think you can actually come here and read her diary, right? If she's not in her room. Aren't you tired? I'm seeing to the upkeep of the heirloom in grandmother's stead, but paying tribute to our guardian deities. I spent my days praying so that no disaster befalls the people or the village. When I finish and take a look around, it's already almost sunrise again. But that's okay. I always remind myself that I'm doing this for the sake of our people. Compared to that, sleep seems inconsequential. Okay, she's very beautiful. Also, she seems to warm up the lake, huh? Is that okay with you? Goodbye. It's almost dawn. If you haven't slept yet, you really should. Staying up late can't be great for your health. You're one to talk. Oh, wait, does she actually consider the time of day you talk to you? So, if I would have come... Oh, I guess she isn't in her room during the day then. So that's an option you only get when it's night? That's pretty awesome. See, the game has insane detail like that sometimes. And then in other cases, the interactions you can do with NPCs are really, really basic. Cute little room, though. So Impa doesn't... I suppose Impa just sleeps on her, like, cushions. Cushions, right? I don't think she ever moves. I'm pretty sure. It's a really, really cool place. Well, that being said, as I mentioned, I unfortunately need to end here for now. Would have liked to go on a little bit longer, but unfortunately there's some really important stuff that I still need to attend to this afternoon, and I also want to eat something before that, so I'm going to end it here. Let me quickly... I'm probably going to forget to turn that on again, just so that the HUD isn't messing around, even though the hearts still stay around. But yeah, that's where I'll end for today. Definitely already looking forward to continuing tomorrow, though. And hopefully... What day is it today? It's Wednesday. Yeah, tomorrow I could maybe go for a little bit longer. And then Friday, too. So that will be nice. Tears of the Kingdom is 9 days away. That's going to be tough. Maybe I can try to, like, do one Divine Beast per stream, and then I can go to Ganon. I don't know if that's really too realistic, considering that it took me an entire 4 hours to just get to Kakariko after doing the plateau. But anyways, I'll figure it out. In the worst case, I start. Well, I cannot start Tears of the Kingdom on the exact release day anyways, because I have to work there. So that's not going to be a thing. I have to wait for like 1 or 2 days anyways to start it, so no big deal in delaying it by like 1 more day. But, yeah. Still, going back through Breath of the Wild is a ton of fun, honestly. I'm really, really glad that I went back to it, and, yeah, just going through it again, enjoying it, refreshing my memory a bit. It's not like the story is super complicated or anything, but, maybe there's gonna be a couple of details here and there that I can pick up on and figure out how it might relate to what we learn, or hopefully learn about all their technology and the secret Sheikah stuff in Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah. That would be great. Anyways, thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting. It was a whole lot of fun as always, and I hope you have a great rest of your morning, day, or evening, wherever you are. And maybe I'll see you on the next one. So, until then, bye!